Trying to understand English grammar is like trying to solve a mystery. English grammar is irregular, contradictory, and confusing. Fortunately, though, you don't have to walk these dark streets of grammatical confusion by yourself. I'm English teacher Paul Duke, and on this show I'll be your grammar detective. Each week, we'll investigate communication crimes and suspicious sentences, context clues and example evidence. Together, we'll solve these English mysteries once and for all. Welcome to Hard-Boiled English Live. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Hard-Boiled English Live. I'm your humble host and grammar detective, Paul Duke, and we are streaming to you live from Vancouver, Canada, to Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, Twitter, and Africa TV. Wherever you are in the world, whichever platform you're on, welcome to the show. I can't thank you enough for joining me. Now, usually on the show, I answer an English grammar question sent in to me by one of the viewers. If you would like your question answered, please email me a short video clip with you asking me the question. Here's the email address right here. Send it in to me and I'll build a new show around it. However, tonight's show is a little different. You see, I'm unable to join you this evening live. This is actually a pre-recorded segment. And tonight I want to introduce you to a very special guest. She is an English teacher, a popular social media figure, a course creator, and basically an amazing educator. I'm a big fan of her work, and I know you will be too. So let's welcome to the show, Kira Sage of Language Hack. I've really admired your work online for a long time, and about a year ago, I saw an interview with you with another educator I'm familiar with, Anish Dea from On the Spot Language. And some of the things you were talking about were really fascinating. But he didn't ask some questions that I had, so I want to get to those today.
All right.
How's the weather where you are to begin with?
It's a little misleading. It's so sunny and so bright, yet it is quite cold. It's about 50s, 51 degrees Fahrenheit, that is.
And you're in Northern California at the moment?
Yeah, San Jose. San
Jose, okay. Where I am in Vancouver has become pretty cold. Unlike the rest of Canada, where the stereotypical snowy winter prevails, Vancouver is the warmest part of the country and rarely gets snow. So the winter gets to be around 5 to 0. It kind of fluctuates in that region, but I think today is only like 8 degrees, so it's not bad.
We're talking Fahrenheit? Oh, goodness.
Celsius. Sorry, Celsius.
Oh, Celsius. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure how that would.
70. I know. I'm doing my best
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
It's always a challenge for me. I grew up at a time when Canada still used the same system as the US. But
okay.
Yeah, we switched in the 70s to the metric system. So my generation is always kind of stuck in the middle, whereas a newer generation are completely metric.
Wow.
But I can't do the translations in my head. Anyway, on to our discussion.
Yeah.
Let's leave, what do you call it? What is that? What is that profession called?
Bygones be bygones?
Weather. What is weather called?
No, that's barometer, excuse me.
Yeah. You know, the weather person on the news, they have a fancy name.
This is the English mystery.
Yeah, this is the English mystery of it. Anyway, let's move on from that. As I said in my introduction, I'm always very curious about how educators arrived to where they are and arrived at their professions. So I want to know a little bit about your background and how it shaped you into an educator. In other words, who is Kira Sage and how did you become who you are today? Can you tell us?
Wow. Well, I was blessed with a very colorful life that really had an emphasis on education and the experiences involved in your life, which help educate you further. And so we'll start off with where I went to high school, which was Mission Viejo High School, which is not that far from Disneyland of all places. So I had so many opportunities as a student to go backstage at Disney and go and do projects with them and to see that all of the stuff that we're learning in school does have a true purpose in real life to grow ourselves into whatever we want to be and to always chase that dream. Moving into bachelor's, I got that as a culmination of my 3 experiences living in Hawaii, in Japan, and France. And that altogether was a really fun experience. It taught me a lot about how to live in different ways. What you do in France is not the same as what you do in Japan, nor what you do in Hawaii or even California. Um, so again, just a lot of educational experiences there. And then for my final piece was here in the Bay Area, even though it was for USC, which is for Southern California, University of Southern California. I got all of my teaching experience done online while I was a Twitch streamer playing video games.
Amazing.
So those are my kind of educational experiences and learning about video games and how gamification could help education as well, especially with this huge COVID shift to online.
Let me just touch on something. When you were in high school, how did you make did you have an early interest in languages? You mentioned Disneyland, but where was that moment where language gripped your imagination and you decided to move into, let's say, your education in language? How did you make that initial step into language? Were you always interested in language?
You know, I was a huge fan of Johnny Depp at the time. You know, watching Pirates of the Caribbean had just released, I think maybe its first or second movie at that time. And I read somewhere that he would go to the Ile de Ré in France and you could just find him hanging out on a beach and you could speak to him at a cafe. And I thought, I need to meet this guy. If I have to go undercover to France, you know, and speak French just to get a chance to meet him, I would. So I did. And it started out in 7th grade with Intro to French, public school. They don't have these classes anymore because of funding, which is really sad. But I took advantage of that. And from 7th grade all the way up to the end of high school, I studied French. And I guess the moment that I realized that language learning truly is for me, I don't know. I guess people just weren't interested. When I would listen to music, I would listen to music from any other country. It didn't have to be English. I just needed to hear the rhythm and the musicality of whatever sounds were coming out of their mouth, whether it be Mandarin this time or Norwegian this other time or French this other time. It just had to sound cool to me. And I think maybe that was the moment I realized, okay, this is different for me. I love languages as more than just something that you write on paper.
Did you find when you were young, let's say when you were young and listening to music, did you find like you were drawn to the lyrics element rather than say the rhythm or the musician, the musical aspect? Did lyrics grip your imagination?
Lyrics came much later, years later, actually. But in the beginning, it was really just listening to the sounds that they were producing with their mouth. I mean, maybe that's why I do so much pronunciation now as an adult, as a teacher. But back then it was, I could feel the emotion from whatever they were saying. I didn't need to know what they were saying. That came into later as I really truly loved the sounds of a language. That's when I dove into Japanese. Okay, I have to. This sounds too cool. What are they saying? And then you find out it's some, you know, sappy romantic song, but still, it sounded really cool. Yeah, that's kind of how it evolved for me, from sounds to, okay, I have to figure out what these sounds mean, to eventually, here I am listening to other people's sounds and diagnosing it as pronunciation.
I love what you've said about wanting to meet Johnny Depp and that motivating your study of French. But it's such a great lesson, because in childhood or youth, if you were to tell your parents, I have to learn French so I can meet Johnny Depp, they would laugh and think it's silly or frivolous. But we can actually say it's one of the beginnings of your professional career. So
Yeah.
I don't work with children, and I don't have my own children, but I've often been fascinated with how there's such wisdom in early youthful choices and interests that on the surface to a parent probably doesn't look like much, probably doesn't look like a career trajectory, but there's a kernel of insight there, that there's some connection that a young person is seeing. Maybe it's mixed up with youthful hormones and interest in Johnny Depp. We've all been through that, but there's something else connected to the appeal to Johnny Depp. It's in order to meet someone like him, or maybe he stands in for a whole range of possible friendships in the future, you need a language to access that. So I just think that's really, really fascinating, how those early moments are first steps in a direction, even when they don't appear to be. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so you went to school, you studied stuff, you came out on the other side. Now it's time to think about, I need a job. What can I do with my education? And
Yeah.
you started traveling and teaching around the world. That takes a lot of courage.
Yeah.
That takes as much courage as an international student coming to our countries to study. Where did you get that courage? Or that boldness?
Well, I had been traveling a lot as a kid, actually. From 9.5 to about 15 years old, I had already been to most of the world.
Wow, fantastic.
That's just because I was raised by people who were in the prime spending years of their life. I was really fortunate. Having been able to do that and see that and really truly feel that I am a global citizen, this is my planet too, then it opened me up to, well, where do I want to study? What should I do? Where should I go actually? What imprint do I want to make? I knew I just wanted to be around certain countries because of the languages I had studied. France for my study abroad, Japan because my love for the culture, music, and also studying the language. Picking up a minor in Japanese as well, having that is a nice for merit as well. But yeah, it wasn't until my experience in Japan where it was that cuspus of, oh my gosh, I'm going to graduate soon. I'm not really happy with the whole business degree because that's what we do to satisfy our parents. But through teaching and also what I learned from my students' successes, that was when I realized, is this something I could do? I enjoy it. It doesn't feel like I'm working. Could I make this an actual career out of it? And I had a group of 3 kind of grandma students who really pushed me to become a teacher. And here I am today.
That's fantastic. So you encountered some students who became actual mentors for you in a sense.
Yeah, diehard fan mentors. Yeah, I've always had that throughout my entire career, and success of my business has been through fan mentors who cared enough, who said, no, we need this to happen for you. Okay, this needs to happen right now. And they just walk me through the process. They hold my hand, and then I've elevated myself in some way.
That's lovely. I've often said and searched for myself a sort of a champion, someone who really believes in what you're doing, but also are in a position to support or help you in some way, whether it's with advice or technical collaboration or support. I find that to be so crucial if you're a creative person. The same way performers need an agent to believe in them, or a manager who can take care of all the technical aspects, logistical aspects of being a performer, and the performer can perform. content creators need that too. They need somebody, I think, to guide them, point them in the right direction. For example, there are a lot of YouTube videos about how to do this and how to do that, and best strategy for building a business or best strategy for creating a live stream or a video channel. But they don't know your channel. They don't know your vision. And to get that kind of direct mentorship where you can explain your vision and they can prescribe a strategy, that costs a fortune to get that kind of coaching.
Yeah.
So sometimes it comes from our students. Sometimes we learn so much from we always learn from our students. But it sounds also like your students had great support and advice for you. Is that the case?
Yes, throughout my entire career.
That's fantastic. Okay, I have a question for you. I understand I understand that for a long time, and perhaps continue today, that you trained corporate language users in Silicon Valley in the technology space. So it sounds like you did put your business education to work in the service of your passion for education. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Is that a good characterization?
Well, just like becoming a teacher, I fell into that. The whole tech space, I fell into that too. Getting hired by Berlitz Palo Alto, which does not exist anymore, by the way. But getting hired by them, they were the first and only one to offer me an interview at that time. The Japanese school system and the US school system doesn't quite align with the summer breaks. So I was out back in the US in August when all of the hiring had typically been done by like May, June in the US. So I come back and that was the only place that was willing to give me a shot at working. Go work for them. And they have this huge need for Google. Google was doing mass hiring at that time. I mean, hundreds of people per week. And what happened when they're typically coming from a different country, they need English support. So Berlitz had an exclusive contract for that first year. I just was right timing, and I was thrown into the world of software development. Not really by choice, but it was really great to talk to them, to get to see inside their world, to learn everything about the movie, I guess, The Internship with Ashton Kutcher, and to kind of live that, but never actually get to have to write a line of code, so to speak.
Yeah. What were some of the challenges and some of the insights or benefits that you pulled out of that experience? First of all, what were some of the challenges of being an educator in that space?
I guess finding something that's appealing to them at first, because they're so oriented on a task. They're so oriented on, I need to get better at work. How do I improve? How do I get my raise? Okay, well, if I do well in this class, she'll report all of this information to my manager and then I'll get a raise. Okay, how do I do this? It's not how language works. Sorry. So that was the first kind of step, was to get them to be interested in expressing themselves creatively instead of just input output like you would with a computer. Human language is different. Other than that, it wasn't that much of a challenge. It was fun. It was exciting. They came with B1 typically, a lot of people. So starting out there, they already had some ability to express themselves. So it was great just to hear like, okay, you're brand new to here. You went from, do I want this job? I mean, that's an amazing leap of faith to just totally, you've never been to the US before. You haven't studied that much English. You don't know anything about the culture. And yet here you are living here. Oh my goodness.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. And on a daily basis, I met people like this. Like, tell me, what was that night like when you went to tell your significant other, you went to tell someone you're dating, like, I'm going to go move to the US in 2 weeks. How are you this morning? Wow.
It's incredible. And how did you get them to make that shift from task-based, task-focused to more of a process view of language learning? Are there some techniques or strategies you used?
At Language Hack, we say it's your English, your way. And the reason why, it's just so simple. It's the same thing that goes back to when I was learning other languages in my childhood. I just did what I liked. That was it. Like, I really liked Japanese things. I liked watching their movies. I liked listening to music. I liked watching silly commercials with my favorite rock stars in them. And I would repeat the same three sentence advertising the candy over and over again. But it was just, I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did was I took the time to really cultivate that relationship with that engineer. They're more than just what they do at work. And
Yes.
it's finding out, and even with kids too, what kind of learner are they? What are their true interests? They're still learning that as a kid. Well, when you make that huge life transition to another country, you are completely rebuilding yourself. There is an identity change, more than just you in another language, but you outside of your home country where you don't have those same expectations on you now. Who are you now that you're
Yeah.
not there at home plate? So, yeah, I just like to be there to support that.
I love that you said you characterize it as you are more than what you do. You are more than just this job that has brought you here. And now that you have that in place, but you're in a new place without those pressures and norms, you're free to sort of reinvent yourself. And language is kind of an access to that, isn't it?
It is.
Have you
And getting them to
experienced that in
talk
your own
about,
life? As
oh,
sort of
definitely.
in the new languages, you found a way to reinvent yourself or to open up different avenues of your character?
Oh, definitely. Yes. In France, it was okay. Here I am. I'm 18, turning 19 years old. How do we be cool like in the movies? Okay, we drink beer. Let's go. It was introduced to all of that. All of that was brand new. In Japan, it was okay. Now I've got a job in a different country and I have to navigate a train system for the first time when I'm used to driving on freeways by myself. Woohoo! It was just,
That's a big one.
it's that agency, it's that ability to, especially you feel kind of like fireworks in your head after you've said something grammatically correct. They understood all that work that happened in the classroom finally paid off, and
Yeah.
you really feel something. I don't know what that is. Just like when you're developing striations in your muscles at the gym, like you feel something in
Yeah.
your brain that moment, like ah, and I live for that.
There's something, forget about the quizzes and the tests and the successful exams. The ultimate success is when you communicate with someone and they understand you, and vice versa. That's the true test of your language skill, right? Is putting it to the test in a real context. Everything else is just preparation for that. So maybe there is
Yeah,
something to this idea that whatever neurological reward system is in effect, that experience is incredibly exhilarating, isn't it?
it is. It's seriously, and that's why when I'm working with others as a language coach, I just want them to experience that.
Yeah.
Okay, we can talk about anything. We can talk about what Elon Musk did to Twitter last week. We can talk about what you did with your kids or, where you brought them to. I don't care.
Yeah.
We're going to simulate it so that you get that experience and you really understand that language learning is a reflection of you. Like it's a beautiful falling in love with you process.
I find myself in my work online, because it's so focused on grammar investigation, I find that I have to remind my viewers and my students that although that's my focus, my goal for my students and my viewers isn't to have correct or accurate English. The goal is to achieve that sense of clear communication with someone.
Mhm.
And I just happen to believe that the different grammar structures allow a sense of precision so that you can convey the more exact idea that you're thinking. But the goal is always to have that experience of communicating effectively with someone else or having them communicate to you in a way you understand. So I find that I'm always adding that little, not a disclaimer, but a little caveat whenever I'm dealing with grammar, because I don't want them to get hung up on whether the grammar I'm explaining in my show is like, I'm prescribing it. This is what it is. That's why I call it an investigation. We're always taking a real life example and trying to understand the meaning that's being expressed with it. So that's at some point we can use that and someone can communicate it. But that thrill of communication is the goal. You know,
Yes.
I'm not dogmatic. I'm not into like correct or incorrect. I don't even like tests. But tell me if you've experienced this. Something I come across with my students all the time is they'll feel like they're not developing their English. It's not improving, teacher. And I jokingly tell them, well, you are, but you can't see it. It's like watching your hair grow in the mirror.
Yeah.
It's incremental, so small, you don't see it. But if you visit mom after 6 months, she'll say, hey, your hair is long. But I also remind them that I understand everything you're saying. So that is the win that we're after, isn't it? Reminding them that they're doing fine, you know?
Yes, so much of that.
You mentioned something about how that feeling is so powerful for you and so motivating for you. And that you chose teaching strategies that you liked, that you got a kick out of, that connected with your own interests. What are some of your interests? What are some of your hobbies and interests?
Yeah, I've always been into video games. Actually,
I don't know
yes.
anything about video game. What are we doing?
Oh,
like
no.
Xbox or
Yeah, they're quite similar.
okay.
But PlayStation.
PlayStation's the one. Okay.
Yes, and the Switch. Just because the Switch is so easy, you can put it in your purse and go anywhere with it. Really, it's great. But it started out for me with Rocket League. I played a lot of Rocket League. I was teaching at Berlitz, Beverly Hills, to two Vietnamese nuns. It's Beverly Hills nuns. I don't know. That's just, again, just
That
falling into a
sounds
fun
ironic,
situation. Yeah. But that's what I did in my spare time. Was I was either at the gym, I was cooking, or I was playing Rocket League. It wasn't until I never cared about mixing games with education, even though I grew up on educational CD-ROMs. Putt Putt, for example, Living Books, another example, more than just Oregon Trail that we had in public school. But it really wasn't until I started working with kids and I noticed that the kids of this generation, I don't even know what letter they're on right now. They're not Generation Z. They're something after Z, these current kids.
Yeah. Do we loop back to A? How does that work?
How do they get these names? I don't know. I'm a millennial.
I
I don't even get a letter. What is that? Okay. I guess millennium, turn of the century.
And I'm a Generation Xer, yet no one talked about Generation W.
No. What is W? Who are they?
I think actually Generation X was the first time we referred to them as that. It was from a book by Douglas Copeland called Generation X. I think that's when it started. But now, because we started in the alphabet so late, now we're stuck.
Yeah. So this current generation. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Whoever the Z pluses are. Yeah.
Z plus. I like that. Sounds like an iPhone model. So we have the Z plus generation. And what I noticed with them, a lot of them, is immediately, maybe because they're born this way, I don't know, it's something about this generation. They're paper phobic. Not going to lie. And so it's working backwards. Instead of working with worksheets to go into computer exercises like I did at Berlitz with adults, now it's the other way around of, okay, trying to get them away from the screen and focusing back to the fun and joy of paper, along with the teaching elements that you need of English and grammar and all that other stuff. Sure. But that's what it's been, a consistent theme that I've noticed with this generation. So, and at the same time, yeah, we are working with a lot of that age group. It's parts of speech. It's a lot of grammar heavy words, declarative, interrogative, conjunction, correlating, well, no, maybe not at that stage, but all of these types of adverb, adjective, these are a lot of big grammar words that we don't get to use that often. So
Hmm.
I turned to video games as my way of saying, hey, we're going to make this fun. Either you know all of the things from the vocabulary list, or that monster is going to kill you. Not me.
Love it.
It's not a test. There's no red ink here. It's just survive, or that monster is going to get you. And they are so motivated. They remember so well. Maybe it is that boost of adrenaline because they do think that that monster is really going to get after them, which it's not. Um, but it just, they learn so much faster.
That I think you're onto something there, because how many times have you heard new teachers ask senior teachers, "Hey, how do you keep your students motivated?" And one of the things I've often encountered is basically, because I work with adults and professionals, they have an intrinsic motivation. They're seeking language improvement for their careers or their traveling hobby. So there's a motivation there, but that wanes, obviously. But what you're suggesting here is virtualizing motivation, giving them a life or death motivation in the virtual space that to the reptilian amygdala brain feels very real.
Yes.
That's genius, because it creates a powerful motivation that's really virtual. Doesn't matter. The result is they're going to learn those words, isn't it?
Yes, yes. If you've heard of the tool WordWall, they have an option.
I haven't.
Oh, I love WordWall. There's so much you
WordWall.
can do with it. Yes, I'll have
Cool.
to share that with you afterwards.
Please.
But WordWall is great. And one of the options you can use to quiz your grammar is Maze Chase. And it's basically like Pac-Man. And you can change the different themes. Do you want it to be spooky Halloween theme? Do you want it to be cute doodles theme? Do you want it to be just plain someone running away from robots theme? You can change it up for your class. You can change the speed. You can change how many lives. And that's one of my, like, that's the top favorite. Even sixth graders love it. He's been playing it since he was in fifth grade, but he still loves it. Never gets
That's
old.
awesome.
Doesn't matter the content. They
WordWall.
love it. WordWall.
Well, we'll definitely put a link to that down below. That sounds really exciting.
It's been powerful.
I remember teaching at a language school around the time smartphones became ubiquitous and really a prominent feature of daily life. And there was so much resistance on the part of the school and teachers, and they experimented, institutionally, we experimented with bans, with all kinds of sticks and carrots systems to get rid of the cell phones or get them out of their hands while they were in class.
Yeah.
But it struck me as, I just thought that was there was a sea change in this generation. And the only way to get through to them would be to meet them where their attention is, which is on the phone. And that was the first time, probably around, I want to say 2016, 2015, I started thinking, I've got to get into that phone. If I'm going to be a successful teacher going forward, as technology and culture around technology changes, I need to be inside the phone. And that's where I got involved with video. I started planning to anyways, taking my early steps towards video. So I want to ask you, you're working as a language trainer in a tech environment. Were you already, and your hobby was gaming, were you already deeply involved with social media, or did using social media for education evolve out of those experiences? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Oh, that's so funny. So I grew up in the MySpace generation, so I knew what it was like to be an influencer and all the other silly stuff. In terms of social media marketing, my friend had a band at that time, and I knew about some of those different at that time it was called Friendster and I had a bunch of those things. That was something I did outside of my gaming time as a kid. And so I marketed her band. She got popular in a bunch of countries. It's called She Screams Remedy. It's a kind of girly screamo band. Anyways, I got into social media marketing without realizing what that was and how powerful that was at that time. Moving forward, I never tried to use it for education. I always did it as a hobby. And that's where my Twitch streaming came into play, pun intended. That's also when and that was about the time when students started to tell me, you need a YouTube channel.
Mm.
This was about, yeah, around 2015, 2016 is when I started to get approached. And I think it was around 2012, 2013, I had written out the beginnings of a YouTube channel with a friend to start No Brainer English, actually,
Mm.
was the original
Nice.
plans for that. But that didn't happen with the friend. And Twitch happened. And then I was really scared of YouTube because of editing. I just saw the quality scale, that spectrum of quality on YouTube. And of course, I wanted to be top tier quality from the get go.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew I couldn't have that from the beginning. And I pouted and I put it off. I put off YouTube for years. Here I am. I think I'm about a year into really working on my YouTube channel. And it's been amazing. It's been great. I know that I haven't hired any staff. Everything you see on my YouTube channel, I've done by hand myself.
Yeah.
So be nice with your criticism.
Oh,
but
same is true of mine. Absolutely. The same is true of mine.
heart and soul, blood, blood, sweat, tears, all of it went into that. But I was just so scared at the beginning. Really, I really was. And now doing it, it's like, oh, this is kind of cool. I love taking this ownership. I love the agency from it. Okay, let's do some more.
It's interesting you describe it that way. In my experience moving to YouTube, I heard very similar things even at the beginning of YouTube because I was starting to get involved with independent filmmaking. Filmmaking was actually my absolute dream as a kid. And in my middle age, I decided to give myself permission to at least play with it. So I got involved with some independent productions. I started making some short films with some friends. So the filmmaking craft I was comfortable with. But as I started doing YouTube stuff, the thing that just seemed not only confusing, but terrifying was marketing. In the past, I even sort of ridiculed marketers because I found it so annoying. And, I'm a cinema snob, so I despise ads and TV commercials and how dare they intrude on my consciousness. I really loathed marketing. And now here I was in a position where I have to learn how to do it. And I also respected it in the sense that, hey, people get degrees in marketing. I can't expect to be good at it after watching a couple of how-tos. So for me, it was the editing and the filmmaking side of video production was very comfortable for me. And although I'm not super comfortable performing, I'm not uncomfortable on camera either. But what I am uncomfortable with is promoting myself and saying, hey, come and check out this, or, look at me. That whole world freaked me out. So it's, only recently have I figured out what a hashtag is. Have you found that being a solopreneur, doing everything yourself, have you found that marketing is the challenge, or is it still producing the content? What's the more daunting challenge for you, or the most uncomfortable?
At this point, I think it's the editing of content.
Yeah.
I'm okay with going live. I'm okay with having a class. I'm okay with all of that because it's right here. I can feel the energy.
Yeah.
I can switch from activity to the next. I've got my bag of tricks handy. When it comes to making a video, it's more than just I've made the video with the take that I actually like.
Right.
It's now let me get the text bubble. Let me get the timing of the text bubble. Let me type the description. Oh, let me include those hashtags. Did I include the alt text so that people with vision disabilities can have an understanding of what this video is about? Oh, yes, I need to include that too.
Thousands of little choices and details, right?
Yes.
So many variables. It gives you a lot of creative freedom, but it's also crippling because it's so much work.
Into one post, there are so many steps that go into one post and so many types of text and variations and lengths. You have a blog post and that's X amount of information, but then you've got a description of a video and that's another type of thing. You've got the caption of a piece of content. That's another type of thing. And that it can get inundating sometimes.
I think one of the things newcomers to online content don't quite grasp when they watch their heroes on YouTube or TikTok is that a lot of the very successful ones have a team, and a lot of the work is delegated to a team, or people on Fiverr or something, and that's how they're able to produce content every day, 2 or 3 pieces, to the point where algorithms are eating it up and passing it along the chain. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn just beyond making a good video. Right?
That is for sure.
So tell me something. As I said to a moment ago, you're a solopreneur. You do everything by yourself, right?
Yes.
And I appreciate that, because the same is true for me. I do everything out of this whiteboard. Everything here is an office in my apartment.
Wow.
In fact, 7 days a week, I barely leave this room. It's ridiculous. What are the greatest challenges being a solo entrepreneur in the education space that we're in, or I guess just in general? What are the pros and cons? Let's think of it that way. What are the pros and cons? What are the cons?
I was going to say, there are some great pros that come with this. There are a lot of challenges, and they're big, huge boulders that you got to stay clear from as an entrepreneur. I think I'm just speaking as a general entrepreneur. It's a beautiful process of defining what you want, or else whatever you have will consume you. So I'm just putting that out there. That's one thing, is really define exactly what you want to have and then go get it. That's what entrepreneurship is. It's great. Another challenge out there is you are flooded with so many choices. Okay, you want to upload a course? Okay, there are so many different places to upload your course. Do you want to have a file organization system? Okay, well, you can do it in many different ways. And every single thing has a jillion different choices of softwares, of platforms, of hired help, of not. You really have to think about how to strategize your time and make it worthwhile, because especially as an educator, we are educating, meaning we have that planning stage. We have the actual teaching stage. We have the post stage of reflecting what happened during that session based off of my plans, and how do I need to shift my plans in order for the next one. All of that needs to happen. So you really have to be a master of your time and use your planner wisely. That is your best friend, is your planner. But the pros, I haven't emphasized the pros enough. I know I've been talking about the scary challenges, but the pros out there is that since COVID, it has been an eruption of new technology and new opportunities in education that we have never, ever seen or taken advantage of before as teachers. And we need to wake up and rise up to that. And I mean, for example, I'm so blessed and thankful to have worked with Platy. Platy is a startup, but they're bigger than just the tiny word startup. In Latin America, they offer online education certificates, professional development of anything, marketing, UX, coding, you name it, they've got it. And so, but that opportunity itself, they treat their teachers so well. I was flown from California to Mexico, put up in a hotel, fed and dined for a week. Again, as a teacher, I never would have expected, something as great as that. But because this tech revolution is happening, that's when we as teachers, we have all that expertise that these tech companies don't have. They have the tech skills, they have the product development skills, but they don't have us. And so that's when we really got to put our hand out there and say, hi, nice to meet you. And I've been doing so since COVID, and especially since I'm in Silicon Valley, I do have more opportunities to go to events and meet others, but it has just simply been networking and seeing those opportunities. They are out there. They're great. They will treat you well, for teachers during this this kind of renaissance time.
Are there certain events or conferences that you'd recommend an educator who works online attending? I know of a couple like Vid Summit or VidCon for people involved with video. Do you know of any other sort of, well, any events that would appeal to edupreneurs online?
It really depends on what skill that edupreneur wants to get better at. And there's a conference for that typically. But I've
Okay.
just been to basic ones like GoDaddy is a place where you can have a website. Though I do not have my website through there, I was still invited to their summit and I went there in San Francisco in person, got to go to the talks. I met the CEO. Just a great way to network and collect those business cards and keep those relationships because you never know if they know somebody who knows somebody.
Right. That's something I've done zero of, and
Ah,
I'd like to be more involved in
wow.
that. Yeah, I've done zero conferencing or networking. I mean, I've been involved with conferences as a teacher, but not this merging of education and technology. I really need to sort of get more involved with that. You mentioned Platy. I've seen some of the work you've been doing with Platy. This is a new project, isn't it? Pretty new, recent.
Yeah, I've had two courses with them this year, and that was all brand new on a whim. Couldn't believe that this relationship would even happen. Um, but again, how did this come into fruition? I actually knew somebody who knew somebody, and I knew another somebody who knew another somebody. Those somebodies aligned, and so it was Kira. Oh, we've heard of you before. You've heard of me before. Oh, I didn't know that this was possible. I haven't been on the internet as a teacher for very long, but here we go. Passed the interview, got to make my first course where they said, "Here's total creative freedom. Oh, we also have designers, we have editors, we have all these
Wow,
staff on deck for you. Have at it. We just want you
great.
to make it about this subject. Here you go." Awesome.
And they have all
Did
the
the first course.
facilities.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I
That's
mean, it was
incredible.
just going from the classroom to an opportunity like that, where they say, here's an old course. We want to freshen it up. Have at it. It's, it's a dream come true.
Yeah.
I had everything at my disposal. And it turned
And
out really
support.
well.
That's amazing.
Yes. Mentorship as well. I had a
Right?
course there on standby at all times. If I had a question, well, is it this way or this way? Which way do you think is better? They would let me know. Before the course gets finally uploaded to the website, they have a dedicated team of learners who go and watch it and take it and give me
That's awesome.
from that perspective as well. It's so cool.
Sounds like you've found a champion who believes in what you do and wants to support it, right? That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. So I hope I can get invited for a third course. The first course was really, it was my first time doing anything asynchronous. So that was wild to think about all of the work I've been doing for the past 8 or so years. And then to say, okay, now you don't have any interaction with your learners. Go make something interactive. Interactive, but with no how do I, wow.
Hmm.
And for the first course they gave me, it was for A1, total
Okay.
beginners of English.
Yeah.
It was the biggest challenge. But again, I stuck with what do they know? What is their reality? If I'm going to be meeting these people through this website, this platform, I use the platform itself to teach all the vocabulary. You
Okay.
already know what video call is because you have
Yeah.
it through LinkedIn, you have it through Instagram, you have it through Facebook, you have it through everything else. Okay, well, you know what mute is. And I started to use everything that was in there to help teach through that. So much so at the end of it, they were like, oh, where's this platform and where can I download it? It's fake. It was just for imaginary purposes. The second course, I took a lot of my inspiration from you and the way you made your own series. I think that's beautiful. I think that
Oh,
is
thank you.
so talented to be able to take lessons and combine it, weave it with story. And
Hmm.
so through that inspiration, through our talks, I decided to try my hand at writing my own series. And I did that with Platy.
That's
It's only
awesome.
4 episodes related to business English. And it's pretty exciting. We have some reviews on it so far. And it was a hit. And I really thank you for all of the advice
Oh,
um,
you're welcome.
about how to,
That's
interweave those two concepts together.
that's fantastic. Wow, I'm
My
honored that
total
you.
first time. And I was able to do that again, thanks to that relationship with Platy. They said, hey, here's another
Wow.
course, teach it however you want. Well, I have always wanted to have like a series where they watch the episode and then they learn from the episode. How do we
Yeah,
get that to happen?
that's
So
awesome.
somehow it happened.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's great. I want to ask you something that connects that to something you said a few moments ago about when you're alone as an entrepreneur and you have all of these variables and all of these myriad of decisions to make,
Yes.
and every decision, you know, starts a chain reaction in a different direction. How do you make these choices? Do you have some kind of compass or North Star or mission statement or philosophy? What guides your decision making?
A lot of different things. I look at it through a lot of different perspectives. So first, there's got to be a logical perspective of, well, as an entrepreneur, there's so much risk I can take. There's so much money I do actually have to make, and you have to know your numbers first. But then also there are projections out there. What direction could I go into as of maybe 6 months to 12 months down the line? But also there's your heart too, and this is you made this job for yourself. You have to make something that's worthwhile because you've got it made. Let's make it sweeter. Um, so figuring out that ikigai, so to speak, what you want to give, that also gives you the job satisfaction. If you can
Right.
combine those, then it's perfect.
That sense of purpose or direction, if you have something like that that's clear to you, it allows you to make those decisions. Okay, I've got 5, 6 different options. Which one fits that?
Yeah.
That's the one to make, right?
I mean, for me, it slowly. I mean, I'm hitting my 10th year of teaching next year, but it slowly came this way. I always said no to kids, but I realized that working with kids was the catalyst to really combining all of my strengths of performance, of video game, of
Yeah.
content creation and acting silly sometimes, um, changing my voice, of singing, of all of these things. It all came together when I realized it's kids. You sing for kids, you act for kids, you play video games with kids. You can do that with adults, but it's only a small group of adults. And it all started to make sense over these years. But yeah, being true to myself, knowing what I liked, and knowing how to apply that with the right group who needed it.
And you are what they needed, clearly. That's but I mean, recognizing that with in all humility, I mean, is a powerful thing, isn't it? When you recognize that they need something and you have it, therefore you are what they need.
It's listening. It's listening, really though. Listening to the adults and hearing what their struggles truly are versus
Yeah.
what they tell you what they want out of a session.
Yeah.
Listening to the kids and telling you what actually happened at school, what their homework was, and how they feel about the week or the days coming ahead. If you really take a moment to listen and go, wait, you're just learning conjunctions and you feel stressed? Oh no, it is too early to feel stressed. Wait till you go to argumentative, analysis.
Hmm.
Then you're allowed to feel stressed. No,
Yeah.
no way. We can make this
Conjunctions.
fun. Or something like that. Or a lot of the times it's reading logs. The teacher has a bunch of these questions about whatever I read. What am I supposed to say? That's another thing. It's like, no, you should not feel lost from a homework assignment ever.
Right.
Let's make this fun. We got
Yeah.
this. Now that I've listened to you, I know exactly how to help.
That's great advice. Listen, right? Listen to your students and they'll tell you what they need in
Yeah.
so many ways. I have a question for you. This is a little bit left field question, but I've been meaning to ask you this. As a solo entrepreneur, as a hardworking teacher, devoted to your students, how do you manage, I don't even want to use the word balance, but how do you manage your personal life, your personal interests and hobbies, your friends, with all of the work you have to do as an entrepreneur? How do you manage that? Is it possible to?
Yes, it's possible. I'm learning a lot. This business, I didn't start, I mean, it was founded and established as a business as of last year. It wasn't until 2020 when I went full on by myself. I cut off all ties with language schools and I made this 100% me. So things are still fairly new and
Mm-hmm.
fresh as an entrepreneur, as a full time work for myself person. And when it comes to those social relationships, I have had a lot of hard lessons to learn. And the beginning is, yeah, you are starting up a business and it does require all of your attention. Um, and you have to choose what is more valuable. That dinner where you drink a beer or two and you spend whatever amount of dollars, or putting that same amount of dollars into something related for your business, knowing that that's going to project you further,
Yeah.
and seeing the benefits of just investing in yourself because you have some dream, you have some type of future crystal clear in your head, while others are just kind of, well, I put in my 9 to 5 and I did what I needed to do, so I'm just going to relax until I have to be serious again.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that very quickly. And so my time with others became really limited. And now everything is, how much time can I invest in this? Do I need to invest
Yeah.
in this? There are so many things I want to make happen now, especially with those Platy achievements, which again, I was trying for the first time doing those things and getting paid for it. It was a lot of risk and it was a lot of reward as well. All right, I can't stop. Now that I know that I have those abilities and I've done those things, I've got a lot of work to do, actually. Um, so I text my friends. I make sure I send more voice messages than, I'm not a big video person, but I send a lot of voice and audio messages so they can feel somewhat close to me. I do, every once in a while, schedule like some dates,
Yeah.
Saturdays and Sundays. It took me a long time to go from 7 days a week to 5 days a week. I've weaned back. I finally have weaned back. But yeah, it's been definitely a learning process of, I went from not talking to anyone, keeping my distance, even though they were definitely in full support of me and what I did, to finally, okay, I can learn how to balance these things. It's do what you want, do what makes you happy. Content creation makes me happy. Interacting and going live makes me happy, but also I get energized at a certain side from hanging out with my friends. And if they're native speaker friends, that allows you to get that balance between non-native and native time. They're
Yeah.
different Englishes, and it's cool to hear you're using that expression more, huh? Because usually I talk about this expression when I'm in teacher mode, huh? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's just
That's a
that
great
lovely to note those
point.
things.
Yeah. Sometimes I find that I really long to hear beautiful, really advanced English. Uh, don't hear a lot of that on television or movies. So I really long to meet some of my really smart friends and just listen to their talk, listen to their speech. It's so refreshing.
Yes.
Or read, which is harder to come by. It's a lot slower of a process. Before we go, there's a couple of things I want to get to. I want to ask you another question that's a little bit off the path we've been on. Give this one some thought, because I'm going to ask this to all of my guests from here on in, because it's really nags me. Okay, you ready for this one?
Oh gosh, here we go.
Okay. You're a smart person. You're an educator. What I want to know is, why is a tennis ball fuzzy? Why is a tennis ball fuzzy? I mean, baseballs are made of smooth leather. They're smooth. Tennis balls have this furry coating. I need to know why. I'm the grammar detective, so one of the reasons I'm like that is because when I have a question, or there's a name someone's mentioned, remember that movie, blah blah blah, and no one can remember the name.
Yes.
I am locked onto that question or that mystery until I can find the answer. I just become obsessed with it. And this question, I'm dying to know the answer, and I don't want to Google it. I want to hear from someone else. So what do you think? Why is a tennis ball fuzzy?
Yes, so this would go into some physics. This is, even though I'm an English teacher, I'll tell you a little bit of physics that I know, and this has to do with friction. Well, tennis balls are also very, very, very bouncy. If you let them, they can go all the way out into the stadium. And so my theory is that they are fuzzy so that we need them to stay within the court. That fuzziness is there to damper that bouncy effect.
Right.
Versus when you're looking at a baseball, it's leather because we just want that clean hit for it to actually go someplace. Yeah. There's nothing stopping that ball from going anywhere.
And we don't need to damper the speed of a baseball. You have a huge park to play in. You have lots of people to catch the ball. And one of the goals is to hit it out of the stadium and never see it again. When you're playing tennis on a confined, fenced-in court, you want that ball. You don't have to want to trek around the other side of the fence to get the ball. So you're suggesting it's a design to limit how far away from you the ball gets, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. To slow it down.
That friction as it, yes.
Are most tennis courts concrete? I mean, my neighborhood one is concrete, but like at the professional level, do they play on concrete or AstroTurf kind of stuff?
I've only seen concrete, but I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Friction. I like it. Very nice. That's a good answer. Appreciate that. We don't want to Google everything. We want to hear it from experts.
I'm totally going to Google it after this.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm so curious now.
A couple more things. I want to know what's in the future for you and Language Hack and your projects. More Platy. What's in your future?
So more Platy, that's to be determined. But the course has just launched. So if you are interested in watching that episodic course series type of thing, please go check it out at platzi.com/Kira Sage. Also, what's in the works is a relationship with VEI, that's VEI. They're a course creation platform for content creators like us. So I'll be uploading a course there, and there'll be some cross-promotional activities there. So I'll probably be acting as a brand ambassador. We'll see.
That's fantastic.
And I guess the last one would be my short eye guide. I've been releasing that as just kind of like a buddy to go workout system, just like you would like, okay, here's your pack for your 6-pack abs in 90 days or something like that. It'd be the same thing, but just for your short eye instead of other things you can do in pronunciation. So that's on sale right now on just languagehack.co, and you can find that there. And those are all the things that are currently offering. For the future, I just became vice chair of a nonprofit. And so, yay.
Wow.
We help teachers have accessible professional development of English language teachers, because sometimes science is taught in English outside of English-speaking countries. So how do you teach a subject when English is your second language? So those are the types of teachers that we help with this organization. And now that I'm stepping in as vice president, it's really like, okay, how do we make this business work? It's still a nonprofit, but it's still a business. And so I'm excited to really get more organizational leadership over some of the processes there, and to work together with the chair to make those changes happen.
Incredible. You're very busy already. And now these new projects are going to keep you busy. So I hope you'll take care of yourself, as well as managing your friendships and your hobbies and so on. Take care of your health, because it's the foundation for all the hard work that you're doing.
Thank you so much. I will.
Before we leave, I want to invite you to share with our viewers, many of whom are English teachers, but many of whom are also learners. So let's focus on the learners. I'd like you to offer them 3 tips for general tips or specific tips for getting better at English. What can they do to improve their English? I'm often asked that on my show. Teacher, how can I improve my English? And it seems so large a question, I can't answer it. Certainly not within the framework of a show about grammar analysis. So I'm going to invite you to offer 3 tips to our viewers. What 3 things can they do, Kira, to improve their English?
Ooh, all right. If we're at the beginner level of a language, then just use it. Even if you only have 2 types of sentences, you can say a lot with that long vocabulary list that you have. So just construct as much as you can. As you get into the intermediate level, this is where you need to get obsessed. You have a lot of language under your belt if you're intermediate. So this is when you get obsessed with something, whether it's a TV show, a podcast, a song, a particular artist. Get obsessed with it and immerse yourself even more, because this is the part where you get more expressions and you're at that point as an intermediate level to pick and choose. Advanced learners, now we have to make a habit out of it. You're too good. You can't take a class anymore. You can't watch that YouTube video. I mean, you could, but it's all that stuff you've already learned. You can't find the education you need online. You could get a tutor. That's great. And you can get a language coach. That's even better. But you need to make some type of habit, whether that is going to a meetup group or there's a particular gym where they do it in whatever language. But this is where it's use it or lose it, because you're so advanced. Find friends, find a coach, but find a way to make it a habit so you have it forever.
You heard it, everybody. 3 tips, 1 for each level, general level of English development. Beginners, intermediates, and advanced. You're all covered. That's great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and insight. I really appreciate it. And thank you for everything that you've shared with us on the show today. I really appreciate it. It's been an honor and a pleasure to have you here on Hardboiled English Live, Kira.
Thank you so much for having me and taking the time to ask me all these great questions.
Well, you're welcome. Absolutely. It's been wonderful. And it's long overdue. I've wanted to have you on the show for a long time, and I'm so happy we were able to do it finally.
Yes, finally. And hopefully I can get one of these Fridays off to do it live with you.
That would be great. You're always welcome. I recently changed the time of the show from 6 p.m. Pacific time to 3 p.m., hoping that it would be more of a sweet spot, especially for the South American viewers, because that puts it, during our daylight savings times, that puts it at 8 o'clock for them, whereas before it was 10, 11 p.m.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's better for you or worse, but until the springtime, it's going to be 3 p.m. Pacific.
Okay. I will message you about that.
Great. And good luck with all the things you're doing, all the new projects, all the existing projects. And we'll get all your links down in the description box. But where's the main place they can find you, the viewers, if they want to follow you or watch you or connect with you?
Just like my Instagram handle, www.languagehack.co.
Okay.
And .co, not .com.
.co. I made the mistake once. I went
Yes.
some other strange thing.
Oh, no.
.co. Yeah.
Yeah, CO.
Wrong rabbit hole I went down.
Uh-oh.
Thank you again, Kira, and I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks again, and take care. Best of luck with all the things you're working on.
It was great chatting with you. Hope to chat again soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hardboiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy and stay cool. My guest today on Witness Interrogation is Mr. Robin Shaw. He's an accomplished English educator, the creator of YouTube channels Learn English Live, Daily English Homework, IELTS Insider, and his flagship channel, Shaw English Online, which has over 1 million subscribers. He has helped many, many English learners and teachers succeed. He currently lives and teaches in South Korea, but like me, Robin is a Canadian. So I'm very curious to get to know him. It is my honor and my pleasure to welcome to the show Mr. Robin Shaw. So let's get to know Mr. Robin Shaw. Welcome to the show, Robin.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here, Paul. Thank you for
Great.
inviting me.
As I said, the pleasure and honor is mine. I've admired your work on YouTube for a long time, and I'm really happy that in the last year we connected and got to know each other a little bit.
Yes.
It's really wonderful.
I think we've known each other for about 6 months now.
That's right, yeah. It's one of the amazing things about, it's really, for me, it's the heart of what's valuable about the internet is connectivity. And I think sometimes we forget to take advantage of that, I guess.
Yeah, it's especially during the lockdown time, I think more people were forced to take advantage of or use it. And certainly the bulk of my online students I probably met during lockdown. So
That was a real concentrated time, wasn't it?
A lot of them went to the internet seeking a teacher. All right, I see a few of my students here, so I'll say hello to my students. Thanks for coming.
Are you actually able, on your side of the platform, are you able to put up the graphic? I don't know what it looks like on your side.
I cannot see any function to put up a graphic.
Okay. We have Shireen. Do you know Lolly?
Yes, Lolly. I've known her for years. I'm surprised she's here. I don't know how she found you, but she does visit a lot of teachers' live streams. So hello, Lolly. I'm happy to see you here and surprised to see you here. Lolly. How did you find Paul?
Yeah, Lolly, how did you find us? How did you find my channel? Interesting coincidence, perhaps. And we have Robin Cardillo, another Robin.
I like your name.
Oh, here's Lolly again. Great. So it's clear that some of these people know you already. To what extent, I don't know. But some of the viewers who follow my show may not be familiar with you. So this is a great opportunity for me to introduce you to them. And I would encourage all of you out there who follow Hardboiled English Live to check out Robin's channels. Now I have a little screenshot of your YouTube channel. Let's see if it, oh, sorry, Robin. Gosh, that just covers you right up.
I can scoot on over to the side.
Yeah, gosh, sorry about that. Let's see. Let's see if we can change the screen a little bit and get a third up here. Oh, still covers you. This is Robin's channel. The main, I guess this is your flagship channel, Shaw English.
Yes,
Online?
that's my main channel. I started that in 2013.
Great. And if you go there, you can see down here, guys, we have the 3 other channels. I'm going to get you to describe what your channels do in a few moments, but to start with, Robin, I'd like to go back in time a little bit and let's talk about your superhero origin story. Tell us about your upbringing, your background, and your journey to becoming an English teacher in the first place.
Well,
who is Robin Shaw?
as you mentioned, I'm from Canada, like yourself. You are in the Vancouver area. I grew up in Alberta, the next province to you. I did. I grew up well, I was born in Fort McMurray. Have you heard of Fort McMurray? Yes.
I have, yeah,
Yeah. So that's
quite north.
that's quite north, and it's a cold place. It's a dark place, and I left Fort McMurray when I was about 16. Moved to Edmonton, did high school in Edmonton, and then I went to university in the University of Alberta, and I studied English literature.
Hmm.
Um, my original my original major was psychology, but after I guess about a month, I switched that to English literature because I enjoyed reading, and I did have a skill where I could read very fast
Oh,
compared to my peers. So that was one of my skills at that time because I read a lot in middle school, high school. So when I joined the English department, and a lot of the homework is reading, and I could get through that material really fast, and I was always prepared for the exams, and I could write essays, and that was a better match for me. And then in 1999, I was going to graduate, and you know I'm going to have a degree in English literature. So, like all people facing graduation, we're worried about our job, and I heard about people going over to Asia to teach English, and I decided I'm going to try that for 1 year. So I had a few interviews, and I ended up coming to Korea in 1999 as an English teacher. At that time, I graduated with a degree in English literature, but that doesn't train you as a teacher.
right.
So I did take a TESOL course uh, prior to going, and then I went to Korea in 1999. I planned to stay 1 year, and I am still here.
What do you remember? What kept you there after that year? What made you decide to stay there rather than moving
well,
on or coming back?
well, since this is a witness interrogation, I'll give the true answer. I don't want to lie to you.
Thank
I
you.
don't want to get
Just the facts.
the first year in Korea was terrible. It was a very, very bad experience, and then you would think, well, why would that make him stay an extra year or continue to stay?
Does
It's
seem odd.
just when you come here, I had a very bad school. I don't want to say bad, but it was a split shift schedule. So first
That's
class,
tough.
um, 6:30 a.m. Last class ends at 10 p.m. with a big break in the afternoon. That was a tough
What do you do?
schedule
Yeah.
for a first job, right? And my housing was in a basement, often flooded. There was cockroaches.
Yikes.
It was a very stressful time for me that first year, but I could see other teachers, who have been there a few years. I could see what the jobs they have, the accommodations they have. And I thought, wow, that I could get that. So yeah, my second year I was able to get a better job and house, and the year after that it just kept climbing up, and I stayed.
Luz Mundi has a theory about why you stayed. Was that part of it?
Okay, I must confess that was a part of it. Sure.
Fair enough.
Korean women are so pretty. I was shocked when I came here because Korean women do look younger than their age compared to um, Canadians or North Americans. So yeah, the females in my class, they like to ask me, how old do I look? Because I always, I would say, oh, well, really? You look about 25, but actually they're 40.
Hmm.
So they enjoyed my class, I guess, after I said
Yeah,
that.
that's great. Yeah, it seems like they are very concerned with beauty products, and uh, beauty in general is a real driving force in that culture.
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, that's a true statement.
So you've been there since 1999. You no longer live in a basement. Hopefully, the cockroaches are no longer an issue.
Korea, well, I've been here so long. Korea has cleaned up a lot. Over the 23 years I've been here, Korea has really, really cleaned up on, I haven't seen a cockroach in years.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a rat in years. Can you say that in Vancouver?
Well,
Vancouver.
there's my apartment is in a nice condo, but I had a terrible mouse problem last year. So, I mean, cute little mice, but I had to trap them and kill them. They're still annoying and kind of freak you out when you're trying to sleep.
Yeah, so I don't have problems like that in Korea anymore. Or not
Yeah.
just me, but other people. New teachers coming in, they have uh, such a better deal than I had. They're spoiled.
So, tell me, what does a typical Robin Shaw day look like?
Um, right now, I teach at a university in Incheon, the city next to Seoul. I've been
Yep.
teaching at that particular university for about 10 years. So I will wake up and, like maybe every human on the planet now, check my phone first, because students from around the world are going to be contacting me while I'm asleep. So I want to
Yeah.
see what's happening on WhatsApp and Facebook, and deal with those issues. Then I get up, eat my breakfast, drive to school, teach. Usually about two classes a day. One class is about 2 hours, and then I have some office hours with my students, and then I go home, and the rest of that time is usually devoted to YouTube. So I have to edit videos and write scripts, and usually filming videos on the weekend, things like that. I
Hmm.
don't I don't usually watch TV. I don't usually watch Netflix. There's two jobs, right? You got your day job, which for me, which is the university, and then in the evening, I have to hustle. I have to work
Yeah.
on YouTube.
People see your YouTube channel and it's clearly done very well, but they may not see the amount of work you've put into building that. It doesn't happen overnight, right?
Uh, I don't think anyone here could imagine how much work that is. When I think back to the amount of work I've had to do, it is so much. It's enormous.
Yeah.
And if I could go back and talk to me, I'd say, do less work, do less.
One thing I've noticed about your channels that what really struck me when I first discovered the whole Shaw English, what's the world, universe, was that you had a variety of different channels, but also within Shaw English, you would have a variety of different teachers. Can you tell me about how that came about, or what was the original idea behind that?
Uh,
By the way,
I
they're all
just
really amazing teachers. I've been very, very taken with it.
I've been lucky with some of them. Uh, uh, so 2013, I decided to make the videos, and I'm camera shy. Uh, so I thought, I'm not going to make the best teacher, because I did practice. I did try to make videos myself, but I felt, oh, I'm having a very hard time to speak on camera. Like, I know everyone's watching me now. I can speak on camera, but that's after 10 years of experience. But at
Yeah.
that time, I probably couldn't get through a sentence without um, thinking, "Oh, I'm terrible. I got to start again." So,
Yeah.
when you film and you do another take, it was just so much time being wasted. So I decided I'm going to hire a teacher to
Mm.
teach. And there's another reason too, because when you're on camera, you really have to focus on the content and how to deliver that content.
Yes.
But, you also have to focus on the camera. Is it in focus? The
Hmm.
sound? Am I being recorded? The lighting? Is there something on my face? There's so many other things that you need to monitor and check.
Yes.
And that's really hard. And you do this, that
Yeah.
there's so many things to keep your focus at one time, and I'm not good at multitasking in that way. So
Hmm.
I decided it's better for me to focus on the camera, the equipment, get the teacher ready before filming, and then when we film, the teacher's ready and I'm ready, and it'll just go faster, so much faster.
Great. How did you find those teachers? Did you know them already from your work or?
I put up an ad on Craigslist,
Oh,
and
interesting.
I interviewed them. I would ask them some grammar questions, and some of them could answer the grammar questions. Okay, then you can teach grammar. And some of them couldn't teach grammar, but they had a personality. They're still a teacher, and they had a good personality. So okay, we'll use this content or material for you.
Yeah.
And I did find a few good teachers, but there are a few teachers uh, that were terrible, and I didn't use their content.
Mm. Yeah, it's a very different thing, isn't it? Being able to teach on camera. What you said about being camera shy, I can relate to it. When I started making videos, I'm a pretty introverted guy. I like to be alone. I like to work alone. When I first started making videos, I had already been teaching a lot. So I knew I could stand in front of a class and teach something. I was comfortable with that. I'm not shy per se, but the idea of being on camera was absurd to me. And because I always like to make films, I always like to be the director and the writer of it. And I like to have, I experimented with short films in the past and always had actors. But then when I realized that this was going to be like English Weirdness was going to be an English grammar series, well, okay, I was going to write it, I was going to direct it. I had a student of mine who volunteered to be the camera operator. He was an aspiring filmmaker. Now he's a professional. So, but then what was going to be on camera? Because it was an educational thing, I had to do it. I had to be the focus of it. It's not because I wanted to be seen and famous or anything like that. I just had to be part of the content because the content was me. But it's even this live show. I totally know what you're saying because I have to perform live, and usually I'm doing board work, explaining something. But there's so much technical stuff to make sure it's there, and most of the time I have to operate it alone. So I love the idea
Yeah,
of having
live is
teacher
another level.
performers.
This is more stressful because
It's
if you
crazy.
ever get the comment, "Teacher, we can't hear you."
And there's so many different things that could be going wrong when they can't hear you. Actually, the
Uh,
very first time I went live, my apartment building had a power failure. So 5 minutes into the show, the whole thing cut out after promoting it for a week. It was terrible.
and although I was camera shy and I did hire teachers, I made 300 videos total in 2 months. I was still in 100 of those videos. And I
Amazing.
was in 100 of those videos because the scheduled teacher did not show up.
Oh,
So the show
amazing.
must go on. Okay,
Yeah,
so
of
I had
course.
I had no choice. Okay, I got to do it. Teacher's not here. I have to do it.
Yeah. And the show went on, and it's been a success.
And it's my channel, but certainly I'm not the top teacher on my channel, but that's okay. I'm very happy to promote other teachers, and I'm happy for their success.
Yeah, you've had some fantastic teachers, and new ones seem to be appearing. I wonder if you could take a minute and just sort of describe each of the different channels to us and what they do.
Well, I have the main one, Shaw English, and as I said, I'm not the face of the channel. I don't promote myself. I'm not, I'm not on most of the videos or any videos now. So a lot of the people on that channel don't know who I am, and I understand.
Right.
They don't know Shaw is Robin Shaw, and they don't make that connection. I do have a teacher, Esther. She's very, very popular.
Yeah.
Most of my viewers subscribe because of her, and I
She's an
understand
excellent teacher.
they just connect with her very well. So I decided I'm going to make some other channels where I'm the focus. So I know whoever's watching that channel is there for me.
Okay.
So I started Learn English Live, I think 2017. Live streaming just started. I thought, well, I'll try live, and then this year I started daily English homework, I think in June, and IELTS Insider. So IELTS Insider I do with another teacher, James. So he's a very good IELTS teacher, and I have experience teaching IELTS. He said, or I talked to him, let's start an IELTS channel. Okay, let's offer that. And the daily English homework, I decided to give homework every day to my students. And I check it. I don't check it every day, but I do check it. And the Learn English Live is just to offer something live for the students like you're doing now. When I started it, there wasn't many options. Now there's more options. There's more competition like you with better prepared live streams.
I think there's room for everyone. We're all kind of doing something different. I remember early on when I was streaming, I reached out and invited a couple of YouTuber teachers to the show. And they certainly had more popularity than I did, more subscribers. And some of them got back to me and said, no, thanks. Some of them said, yes, come on, I'd love to. And in some of my exchanges with them, I sensed a bit of, I don't know how to describe it, but, that kind of petty competitiveness, like if I go on your channel, I'm helping you, but not helping me or something. I don't, for me, that's not helpful for anyone. We're all trying to do the different things. We're all trying to help people learn English.
In the YouTube universe, I guess, in the education, or especially the English education categories, we're not, the teachers there don't really interact as much as other YouTube categories. But certainly I do not see other teachers as competition at all.
Yeah.
That's why I'm eager to talk with, reach out to, collaborate with. Size doesn't matter. I do have the Shaw English, but I do consider myself, down in the trenches here struggling, because I have the baby channels that every day I have to go through the struggle to promote. And so I do understand the struggle very well. And I don't see competitors.
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about why people use YouTube. And there's a lot of reasons why someone would do YouTube, and I can only speak for myself. My whole motivation for all of this is just to connect with and reach viewers and help them develop their English skill with whatever I have to offer. And I don't have everything to offer, I do some things well and other things not well. And in my motivation to help others, for me, it's like, if I can introduce them to your channel and you're doing different things than I am, it's better for them, you know?
Oh yeah, I'm eager. I put out the word in in our WhatsApp group and some other WhatsApp groups. Come watch this interview. Check out Teacher Paul here. He's a very interesting person and an
That's
excellent
nice of you to
teacher.
say. I appreciate that.
Well,
Chris has it.
it's actually hard to find teachers because on YouTube there's a lot of people posing as teachers,
Yes.
and they probably couldn't answer a grammar question if you asked them. And
Yeah.
it's frustrating because sometimes they're a lot more successful, and you watch them and you're like, oh, they're not trained as a teacher. They don't really know about grammar. They don't have experience, but they're outperforming me.
Hmm.
uh, that's YouTube.
Yeah, I think that's the whole social media landscape. Because everyone can express their view and their opinion, everyone does. And it doesn't mean it's true, doesn't mean it's factual. And in the case of education, it doesn't mean the information's valid or the teaching skill is at a professional level. There's not really any way of knowing it unless you devote time to following someone and getting to know them. And let's face it, a lot of professional teachers are working in schools. They have jobs. They're not on YouTube. For me, YouTube was an opportunity to perhaps combine my love of video filmmaking and my work as a teacher. And the pandemic just made me put more time into it because I'm at home now. But
So for me, I do check when I talk to a teacher. I don't expect teachers to be perfect with grammar. I'm
yeah,
certainly not perfect with grammar, but I expect them to be able to handle grammar or be able
yeah.
to, basic concepts. And then I saw your channel. I was like, wow, this guy knows grammar. He's the grammar detective. So I was impressed with your videos.
Well, and what I'd like to let people know is that when I changed the YouTube channel, originally it was Hard Boiled English because that was the name of this live show. But after meeting you and talking to you, you're the one that suggested that I take my theme and really go all the way with it and call it the Grammar Detective. That
Well,
really was your
I
tip.
love your theme. I don't know about the students, but your intro and the concept. I'm impressed that I think it's a really good theme. I hope students connect with it.
Yeah, I wanted to, one of the pieces of advice I had early on, if I was going to do anything on YouTube, is to differentiate yourself and do it in the most authentic way. And I thought, well, what's different about me is my former career. I used to be a private investigator in a previous career. I'm an educator now, and I love to make films. So why not put it all together and have fun with it so that it's enjoyable for me, and that it is something that's going to be different and a little bit of entertainment value because, to be honest with you, maybe I'm a bit of a boring guy. So if I play up with this character a little, I get to put on a little bit of a show. So it's been really fun, and I appreciate that tip, that insight you had when you were exploring the hashtag Hardboiled English versus Grammar Detective. It was very clear the direction I should move in. But let's get back to you. So YouTube, Shaw English, daily homework. I love that daily homework, by the way. I watch it when I can because the time difference is tricky, but I just love the engagement. The students are engaged, they're doing the homework, and they're getting real feedback from you. That's learning, you know?
Yeah, I try out new stuff all the time, and I thought, well, how can I, what can I offer on YouTube that other people are not offering? And I noticed with the Shaw English, my big channel, I'm one of the rare channels of that size to try and answer every comment, and there's a lot of comments. So, and I noticed that the students really appreciated that. Uh, and then I thought, okay, so if I work on a smaller level where I could comment in a little more detail, perhaps students would like that from a teacher. And so far, so good.
That's great. I've often said that, one of the most, like, I work with students privately online now, one to one. And when we start off, I always make a point of mentioning one of the things that I'm of value to you is feedback. Because there's lots of great books where you can learn some English words, some English grammar, but then you have to try it, you have to speak it, you have to write it. But then you're shooting in the wind, right? At some point you need feedback to know what you're doing incorrectly and what you're doing well so that you can repeat the good stuff and fix the bad stuff. And I think that's so important for a learner. And that's what you're doing with daily homework, is giving them direct feedback. It's really impressive. It's a lot of work.
I was surprised because a lot of the students that do come back every day and do the homework, I could see their improvement, like over the months. I was like, wow, this student who joined in July, and now, if they're doing a writing homework, wow, their writing has improved so much.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'd like to take credit, but, it's up to the student to put in the time and effort to listen to what you're saying and to actually make that effort to improve. And I think a lot of the students on that channel are very serious about improving. And probably that channel, those students impress me the most.
Yeah, they're
So anyone here who knows who's on my daily English homework, you guys impress me. I see some of them here.
yeah. I stand in admiration of that because of the work they're putting in and the work you're putting in. But let's go back to your work at the university. I'm curious, while I have you here, is what particular challenges do your Korean students face as in learning English? Are there something particular that they're always struggling with, generation after generation, or cohort after cohort?
Well,
Is there a pattern?
we would first have to start with the culture, and the Korean culture. One aspect of the culture is that young people should not really speak around older people. They should listen. So in a classroom, when I enter a classroom, I'm the professor, and just on the cultural level, in their Korean classrooms, the professors actually just lecture. They do not have much interaction, engagement in the classroom with the student. And then they come to my class, and I'm an older professor, and they're following their culture and how their class is with the other professors. They're not going to talk. And they feel if they do talk, that's somehow disrespectful. So right away, I have to try and get over that obstacle. This is different,
Yeah.
students. You're okay to speak in front of me. Don't be shy. And yeah, they're shy too, as most students, young students. My students are about range is 18 to 21. So
Okay, young adults.
they're shy. And then once we overcome that, the new problem is phones.
Ah,
So the phones, are distracting them, stealing their attention, and decreasing their attention span. So my class is 2 hours. So over the years, 2 hours is manageable, but we had the lockdown. I was teaching online. This is the first semester. I'm back in the school. 2 hours is a long time to stay focused. So
you
I've
really
really
saw a
had.
change.
Oh, I'm not even going to try to. I actually don't use a book anymore. So after 23 years, I threw out that textbook. and I said, look, okay, you're just doing speaking activities. So I designed a course where they're always doing some sort of speaking activity in the class or researching the grammar they need outside the class. Of course, if they have questions, they can ask me, but I wasn't going, our school is Korean, which is a little bit traditional conservative in the classroom where here's the textbook, teach units one to whatever. And I was like, that's not going to work with this group. And I think I made the right choice because my coworkers using textbooks, the scores are down, down a lot for their classes, and it's the attention span. These things are, everyone's used to quick information.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them. Quick information is good, and they come into the class, and it's like, I'm going to do a 2-hour lecture. Maybe I'll break it up, but I have to do the book, and I have to do this. Let's open the book, most of them are sleeping or on the phone. And
so we have to adapt our methods, right?
That's the challenge.
Yeah.
Their shyness and the phones and the attention span.
In terms of grammar, are there specific grammar issues that trouble Korean students compared to other students?
The usual problems you probably find in most countries, tenses. They do have a problem in their writing with past tense in Korea. And of course, using articles. And the. They didn't learn very well how to use articles, and when they're going from their language 1 to their language 2, there's some issues there with articles being used in English, not in Korean. And third person singular. That's really hard. I work on that. I show them, he, she, it, verb. Let's put that S there.
Yeah, tricky stuff.
I can teach that over and over. They're still not going to get that or miss that. But generally speaking, I think Koreans are strong in grammar because when they start learning English in elementary school, 3rd grade, and it's heavily grammar focused. So before they come to my class, they probably had about 10 years of grammar study, whether it was in the public school system or the private academy. So not too much trouble with grammar. If I give them a writing assignment, they're going to do really well compared to speaking. So
speaking is really the weaker point, right?
Yes. So compared to my international students, my Korean students are very weak at speaking. International students are more willing to try, even if they make a mistake. But my Korean students, it's very difficult for them to get out of their shell and try to speak English.
Here's a question from Guy. He says, "Do adults study English in Korea?" Sounds like they do, right?
Guy's a she.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Well, her name's Anna. She's one of my students. Yes, adults do study in Korea. They study at the private school. I used to work at private school and teach adults. Adults are great. They are, I guess my students are technically adults because they're over 18, but when they enter the workforce and they realize, they see their colleagues and they see the need for English, then when they go to the private school, usually after work in the evening, they'll go to the private school. They're more eager to learn and try to speak. So adults are great in Korea. I do prefer teaching adults just because they're so highly motivated.
Yeah.
College, university students, they're still students. You got to tell them, you got to do your homework. But
Yeah.
adults, they want to do it. They're there because they want it. You
Yeah.
don't really need to tell them to do anything.
I've worked with a fair amount of Korean students in Canada, and if they've taken the trouble of coming to Canada, they're generally of one of two camps. One, they're just trying to escape reality and have a year off to sightsee and play and meet international friends. Or, like you said, they're very dedicated because they see the career opportunities that come with better English, or even just having study abroad on your resume. But they're very dedicated and motivated. It makes teaching a lot more enjoyable because you're not responsible for their motivation. They are, and they bring it.
Actually, when a student asks me about Canada and they say, "Where should I study in Canada?" I usually tell them, "Don't study in Vancouver." Just because there's a lot of Koreans
A lot of
living
Koreans
there. There's
Yeah.
a lot of students already there. There's a lot of Korean tourists, and then other Asian countries. So I usually recommend try not to. Yeah, the easiest places to go are Vancouver, Toronto, because they have the language school systems that are aggressively recruiting in
Yeah.
countries like Korea, and it's very easy to join those groups, those schools. So I usually recommend Calgary, Edmonton, Regina. I do prepare them. If you do go to these places, it's going to be cold, but you'll have more opportunity to speak English. You'll have more opportunity. The thing is, in Vancouver, the Korean student usually has Korean friends. After the class, okay, we studied in the morning. I'm going to go play with my Korean friends
at the Korean restaurant.
Yeah, when you're in these smaller cities, I do see them interacting with Canadians more.
Yeah.
So it is possible. I have a student. They studied in Vancouver for 2 years, and they don't have a Canadian friend. So Vancouver is a great place, and you can learn English. But I say go to a little more challenging place where you're kind of forced to meet new people that are not Korean, and Korean doesn't get you far in those places.
Yeah, that people are, especially young people, may be afraid of the discomfort of that, but that very discomfort, that sort of alienating experience, like you said, it forces them to dedicate their effort to English, and that's how they improve. When I worked at a language school in Vancouver, I guarantee you the students go out at night only with 90% of them go out with their similar language group. They're all just, go into their silos. And of course in Vancouver, there's a Korean bar, Korean restaurant, there's a Japanese restaurant, Japanese bar, there's a Brazilian restaurant, and they all go into their separate ways. And
it's not going to help.
They don't mingle. Yeah. You've touched on it earlier a little bit, but maybe just for the people that joined us late, what are the challenges you face teaching in Korea? Is there anything else besides the culture of, like you were describing, where they defer to the teacher so much and don't talk? Is there anything else that you faced that was a challenge, maybe outside of the classroom? Besides the cockroaches?
I've been here so long. All the challenges are gone. These days, it's not so challenging for me. There is, I guess, if I had to choose something that's challenging, for my students, there's still, I don't want to say bad things, right?
Sure, of course.
But the whole country is still a little xenophobic. So xenophobic means they're not used to foreigners. A little bit, suspicious of foreigners, and I still get a lot of that in Korea. Even among my students, they're like, "Who's this guy? He's not Korean. Why should I listen to him?" So Koreans tend to prefer learning English from another Korean.
Mm,
They
interesting.
don't prefer to learn from a native English speaker, which you think, why, international students around the world, if I had access and time with a native speaker, wow, that's great. The Koreans don't think that way. They think, oh, I prefer to have a Korean teacher teach me the grammar, teach me everything I need to know in Korean.
Yes.
And that is very frustrating to me because
Hmm.
that's not how I think they should learn English. I think,
Yeah.
they prefer not to go to a YouTube channel like you or me. They prefer only to go to the Korean YouTube channel, watch the Korean live stream where the Korean teacher speaks Korean for 1 hour, and that's their English study. So
Hmm.
that's very frustrating to me.
Yeah. I think, you and I learned English as children, not through translation. We learned English in English, and they learned Korean in Korean. But there's this hesitation to learn a second language with the second language. I mean, once you have some basic, maybe you need the basic through translation. When I was in university, I studied Japanese, and it wasn't taught to us in translation. We learned Japanese the same way a Japanese child would. We learned the alphabet, we learned the sounds, we put together words. And it was
Uh,
thorough, so you understand the cultural logic as well.
yes. So these immersion techniques, especially in Canada with French immersion, they do a great job, and in Europe, they'll do more immersion. Korea's no, they have a preference, and it's like I want to, that's a way to study English, but I want you to do it a better way, a more
Yeah.
efficient way. And it's no, I like my preference. It's
Hmm.
I can't I don't have the power to convince them, Paul. So
Yeah. So much of things in life, it comes down to comfort and convenience. People naturally go towards comfort and convenience instead of the uncomfortable experience. But the uncomfortable experience is the one that's going to teach you more.
but
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 it's hard to
I
shake that.
find other countries are not like that. I don't know
Yeah.
about Japan. I've never taught in Japan. I do not have many Japanese students, but when I teach South Americans, they seem very eager to engage with the native speaker.
Yeah.
Middle East, India, they seem very eager to engage with the native speaker or see the value of that. But for online students, I don't have Koreans. They don't watch
Yeah.
my material. They don't. They don't. They don't come into WhatsApp groups. They don't online. There's no Koreans are not my students.
Yeah. It's interesting. I've experienced in the past sometimes Asian students will tell me, whether it's Korean or Japanese, will tell me, oh, I'm afraid to talk to them because nobody understands my culture. Well, don't underestimate people. You know, people around the world do have some understanding of Japanese or Korean culture. And not only that, they have a lot of admiration for it, which is a great starting point for you to help your friend learn about your culture. But I think there's this underestimation, like, oh, almost a victimization, like, oh, nobody understands me. We're so different. And in my experience, that's not very helpful and not very accurate. I think we're all pretty darn similar, more so than we are different. But I think you're right. There's a South American student here, one of my former students, if I'm not mistaken, Luciano, and he's from Chile. Luciano, I think you're from Chile. I can't remember clearly. But he was one of those young guys who was willing to engage with any culture student. And he learned, he developed, he grew.
That's
So,
that's how you do it.
yeah. I have another question for you, Robin, and I
Yeah,
want to
please
respect your
keep.
time here.
No, I'm okay.
But I want to know what motivates you to keep going, despite all these challenges we've talked about, and not only the challenges in a classroom, but going from the classroom and then managing your YouTube projects. It's 7 days a week, it sounds like you're working. Why do you do it? What motivates you? What keeps pushing you?
Probably the smaller channels, which I can engage and talk to the students more one-on-one in the WhatsApp groups. I do form friendships. Uh, I can see Anna's here. I've known her for 5 years, maybe. Uh, Eunice is here. I think I've known him for about 8 months. Anna Maria is here. I've known her for about 8 months. I know them very well, like really, really well. We talk every day. It goes beyond English. It goes into just life and
Life, yeah.
ups and downs, and that helps them learn too. Just to have a
Yeah.
friend like me talk about. Yeah, we're not going to talk about grammar. We're going to talk about something more authentic, right? So the students, you just form such great relationships. And I'm traveling next Monday. I'll start my vacation, and I'm going to go to a few
Yay.
countries and visit some students.
That's great. Wow. That's I've done that a couple of times, meeting students in their countries, and I got to say that's an amazing experience. Have you done that in the past? Met students in their countries?
Just one. I met a guy in Costa Rica, and when I met him, he was so shy. I think he was just shocked to finally see me face to face. He was just so shy. He couldn't say anything. He didn't know what to say, uh, and but I tried to prepare students in the future. If
Yeah.
I meet you, you can't be shy. That's your speaking test.
Nice. Real life speaking test.
Real life speaking. Well, yeah, that's why they're learning. The foreigners there, they got to communicate.
It's a great final test. If only we could do that for all the students, right? Go to make that part of the curriculum, right? They have to invite us to their countries, and that'd
Well,
be
that would be
nice.
great.
What projects are there any new? I know you're very busy, so I'm expecting a no here, but are there other projects you are working on or want to get going? Goals for the future?
Uh, yes, there are. I do have another YouTube channel related to English teaching, but it's not officially launched yet. But it's focused more on AI learning. So there's no teacher in the video.
Okay, very interesting.
Uh, a, a lot of, there's one group of students, they like their teachers and they attach to a teacher and they try to engage with that teacher. But there's a lot of students, they go on these platforms. They're not interested in the person. They're just interested in the content. And AI can deliver that in a kind of neutral. Here's just the information. So I'm going in that direction for this other channel. I'll keep you updated when it's ready to
Yeah, it sounds
launch.
really interesting. Which kind of brings me to the next question, which is actually a question given to me by another viewer and friend of mine who runs an English learning program in Toronto. His name is Anish Dea of On the Spot Language. And he asked me to ask you this, which is, what is the future of English language learning in general? Where do you think it's going? Is it going in the AI direction? Is that a big part of it?
Yes. Yes. So, teachers think, can a AI ever replace a teacher in a classroom? And the answer is no. the teacher in the classroom is always very important. But are students in 10 years learning in a classroom?
Hmm.
No, the medium has changed. It's something else. So yeah, if you always have a classroom, certainly no robot or AI can do what a teacher or at the level a teacher can do in the classroom. But as things are transitioning online and AI is being developed in 10 years, certainly you and I can have a conversation right now. You can be an avatar, I can be an avatar, we can both be AI, and especially maybe language learners wouldn't be able to know
Yeah.
that is possible. Um, very possible. Uh,
Yeah.
so I don't know exactly where it's going, but I can see something in the horizon that looks like, yeah, AI. Um, Students don't want to be 2 hours in a classroom.
That seems to be a universal consensus,
Uh,
right? At least that's
people
changing.
people don't want to work in the company. They want to work at home. Students might be the same. They want to study at home, be out of the
Yeah.
classroom. And of course, TikTok is growing daily, and TikTok is training a new generation to get information in 1 minute, or longer form might be 3 minutes for TikTok, but that's long for
Hmm.
TikTok. So, but they're being trained. Yeah,
Yeah. It's a kind of
yeah,
conditioning.
I need my information now, right now, in
Yeah.
a minute, summarized, and then I can move on. And then us older generation, say, when we're giving a class for 2 hours, we have to change.
Yeah.
They're not going to adjust to us or adapt to us. We have to change. We have to
Yeah.
change. That's why this semester I'm not doing the book. I got to
I
do
think that's
something
wise.
else.
I remember working at a language school going back 10 years or so when the smartphones first started showing up. There was a lot of debate in my school. What are we going to do? Are we going to ban them? Are we going to shut off Wi-Fi in the campus? What's the right approach? And I observed my students more and more were using them in the classroom for a variety of things. But what I noticed was happening that was very organic and very real was that their attention, they weren't just using it, but their attention was lured there. They were being conditioned to focus on that. It's an attention thing, right? It's an attention economy. And my thinking was, well, that's going nowhere. That's only going to get stronger. It's only going to get more prevalent. If we want to remain relevant to our students, we have to change, like you said. But specifically, we've got to get in the phone because that's where their attention is. So that's when it first occurred to me that I've got to start using online materials, getting online, using video, using even early things like Google Drive to interact with them, because that's where their attention was, and there's no amount of regulation is going to pull them out of it. The conditioning is so effective, and it's generational. That was like a first generation who had known nothing else but that. There's no point in fighting it,
But
right? And I know a lot of teachers couldn't make any adaptations.
yes, I in my class I do allow them to use their phone. I don't monitor that. I gave up
Yeah.
years ago. But they do use it to record my voice. They do
Hmm.
use it to check the dictionary. They do use it to play games and chat with their friends. I just tell them, I tell them at the beginning of the course, this is what you're required to do. This is what you're required to learn. And if you choose to focus on your phone, I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah.
I'm not policeman in that way anymore. Yeah, I tried for a few years to stop that, but
Well, they're adults and they've got to make choices and to live with the consequences, whatever they are. Right?
Yes.
I like this comment here from Eunice.
Eunice is from Morocco, and I wanted to visit him this winter, but unfortunately I cannot. I will maybe go to Morocco in June.
Robin, we're running out of time, so I want to reserve a few minutes here, if you don't mind, for some of the audience questions. So,
Sure.
guys out there, do you have any questions for Robin?
If you have any questions, let me know.
Let's see who's got a question for Robin? Let's say not a grammar question, but a something question.
Well, something I can answer within a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes, on the Learn English Live, I'll get that student to come. The Learn English Live. I do these live Q&As where they come in and they just ask an English question. I try to answer it within, a minute or two. And then you have these students that come in and they ask these usually tense questions. It's like, I'm not teaching tense in a minute. That's not going to work. And they expect you to think up example sentences. And because with grammar, I think it's very important to prepare. If you're teaching grammar, you got to prepare. Okay, these are example sentences.
Yeah.
What are the exceptions? Go through it and then teach your class. And then live, when they're coming on, it's like, I can't do that in a minute.
I found when I first started doing this show, my format was they asked me any question about grammar and I would answer it live. And I kind of liked the challenge of being put on the spot. But what I did discover was I never wanted to give a simple answer. So whatever the question was, it always opened up a long discussion about that particular grammar. But one little grammar issue is a large topic. So I decided to change the format to one question per show. And the entire hour is basically taken up with a nice thorough explanation with some graphics that I can prepare in advance and examples, like you say. I think I can deliver much better information that way.
So I decided I'll do grammar on the daily English homework, teach it, give homework. But the Learn English Live, I will address, quick, easier questions.
Yeah.
Lolly. Okay. Do you think you would stay in Korea for so long when you settled down? Or did you think? I think I didn't know I was going to stay in Korea 20 years, or it's been 23 years now, but at the 20-year point, I realized, I'm going to stay in Korea. So the first 20 years in my mind, I'm going to leave. And then I'm here now. Of course, I do want to, when I retire, I don't want to retire in Korea. I would like to retire in another country. But I plan to stay here 1 year. Oops.
Incredible.
And
now you...
And Paul here, because my students might not know a little bit about you, but you were in Japan. Did you teach in Japan?
Very briefly, as part of a practicum. I studied at a university there, and then after that was done, I studied a TESOL program there. And part of that was teaching high school kids. So I taught at a high school there for a while. So my time there wasn't really focused on teaching. It was kind of a secondary goal, I suppose. But there's a nice comment here from Chris. And relating to my time in Japan, when I was in university, one of the things I studied grammar, like with grammarians, like professional professors whose whole life was grammar. And I actually thought about doing that becoming a grammarian whose whole life is studying grammar, because that's the thing I liked most about the English education. So actually, once I became an English teacher, I found, to be honest with you, if I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't love teaching. You know, I love working with students, but what I really loved was the language. I really loved to analyze the language itself. So when I started making videos, it was a natural transition to just focus on the language rather than, you know, preparing a class with activities and learning things for my students, although I did that as well. My favorite thing was just exploring the language. So there was something there that connected me to that. So it's not like I have some magic talent or magic skill for it, but I actually studied grammar deeply at university level, thinking that I would be a grammarian, whatever that is. You know,
I
but
I had a basic level of grammar, uh, and as a teacher, you're learning grammar. But I didn't really get deep until probably I started the YouTube channel, and then I had to make videos, and I was like, you know, you got to research before you make your
yeah,
script. So yeah, around 2013, my grammar knowledge increased a lot. But
it's
I don't consider myself an expert at this point. I consider myself better than average compared to other English teachers, but I'm sure you are the grammar expert.
well, it's just it has become a kind of a singular focus for me now, and I also realize there's a need for it because there's a kind of a movement in ESL education away from grammar and more towards experiential learning and, you know, task-based learning. And all of that's great. It's all really important for language learning. But that doesn't mean, for me, it doesn't mean we should ignore grammar. Grammar still has a very important role to play in communication. Like, I've actually heard some people say, we don't need to teach grammar at all. People will learn it naturally. And I'm thinking, well, try making a sentence without a grammar structure. It's going to be a word salad. It's going to be gibberish. So there has to be some level of understanding of it.
I would agree that grammar is very important, but what I find is a lot of students go too far, too deep.
Yeah,
Uh,
they get too obsessed with it, right?
and they're going into, you know, sometimes they're asking questions like, why are you asking that question? That, you know, that's a really deep grammar question that's not really going to help you speak English.
Yeah,
You know, it's just going to help you learn that grammar.
yeah,
So I usually tell students when they cross a line and I decide the line, I guess it's like you
yeah.
really don't need to be studying that deep the grammar.
I agree.
That way is too far.
Yeah.
But at a basic level, yes, you should know tenses and
Hmm.
things like that, and practice them. And but there's some really strange questions. Some students bring on some really uh, deep grammar questions I've never heard about, and they're asking me, and it's like I don't know.
I think what I've learned in focusing on grammar with English Weirdness and my live show is that, you know, English as a language is very irregular because of its influences from Latin and German and French. There's a lot of different logics clashing in the language. And I think students, as they progress, they sense those contradictions and exceptions and go, what the heck's going on here? I learned to do this, but now there's this phrase where people are saying this. Those contradictions pop out for them. And that's when they start asking these questions like, why this, why that? And you're right, though, whether the answer is going to be helpful or just satisfy curiosity. A lot of times it's just going to be a curiosity, you know,
Yeah,
like almost a trivia.
understandably, they're looking for that one rule
Yes.
that helps me with this. What's the rule? Just tell me the
Yeah.
rule. And it's like,
It's not that simple.
unfortunately, there's rule. There might be a rule for this case
Yeah.
and a rule for that case, and then there's going to be these other exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
And sorry,
As I understand it, the Korean language Hangul was created. It was designed by a famous scholar, the great Sojong or someone, the statue downtown.
Yeah, King Sejong.
Yeah, and he was ordered to design a language for the people. So it has consistent structures and rules. English was never designed. So it evolved as a mishmash as these different nations conquered England and mixed their language. So it doesn't have that kind of clean and pure patterns, I guess.
So I think modals are a great example because when you dive into modals, there's different ways to use modals, and from each modal to the next, the rules are going to change, the usage is going to change, and that's why it's very difficult for students to master modals because it's case by case, modal by modal.
Modal by modal. Love it.
Modal by modal.
Robin, how about this? Do you think you're going back to Canada one day? Has that entered your mind?
Over the years, it has entered my mind, but I think, first of all, I don't think I would have enough money to go back to Canada. To live in a developed country like Canada, or I traveled Canada or America or New Zealand, Australia, or UK. These are very expensive countries, and I have lived and worked in Korea and paid in Korean money at a Korean rate. It doesn't really compete with people who have been working in Canada for 20 years and building assets. So I don't think I could. I could go back to Canada, but my quality of life or my standard of living would certainly drop.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to another country, I think I can maintain a higher standard of living. So at this point, I would say no, I'm not going back to Canada, but certainly I'll visit Paul there, and
Yay.
we could do a live stream in his studio there. We could debate about some grammar.
Sure. It's interesting what you said because there's a lot of students who want to immigrate to Canada for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons I hear from Korean students or Taiwanese or Japanese is that the ones that want to live in Canada will tell me, oh, but life is so strict and severe in my country. I have to work so much. And I'm like, whoa, Canada's not Disneyland. This is a very expensive place to live. Yes, it's comfortable if you can afford it. Yes, there's a lot of positive things if you can afford it. But if you're going to live in a place like Vancouver, one of the most expensive cities in the world, you'll probably end up working all day and all night and every day because you'll need more than one job. So it's an illusion that, when a student comes to Canada, maybe Luz Mundi can attest to this. They'll come here as a student and see, the Canadians are at the bar every night, or they're on the beach relaxing or snowboarding every day. Yeah, those are probably students. The people that live here are working a day job and a night job, or their partner combined income gets them through because it's a very expensive place to set up shop.
I find it a so-called developed country at dual income is necessary.
Completely necessary.
I'm not married myself, and I see if I went to Canada, I would need,
you need a wife pretty quick.
You need a wife to make money.
There's another question here, Robin.
Yes, bring him.
Sorry, I think I lost it. Let me see. Here we go. Personal question. Hopefully you don't mind.
I have no problem. Oh, okay. So Eunice, I really hate thank you teacher. Whether it's online or offline, you teach something and the student says, thank you teacher. And I don't like that where students say, oh, I like you. Thank you. You're a great teacher. You're just telling me what you think I want to hear. Mm-hmm. But what I really want is you to show me that you're learning and using then I will feel like I'm a great teacher.
Yeah.
So if I teach grammar and all of a sudden, oh, thank you, teacher, that has no meaning to me. No, no, no. Wait a moment.
Hmm.
You got to show me you learned it. Then I will feel like I deserve a thank you.
Hmm.
So whatever students say, thank you, teacher, I like you, teacher, you're a great teacher, I really don't like that sort of praise. What I really love is students, especially on the daily English homework, where they show me, oh, okay, I understand this and I'm using
Yeah.
this. Then I feel like, okay, I feel good. I feel good about this student and uh, teaching them.
You know, you bring up a great point, because I used to experience something like that at a language school when we were in the room together, and students would come and they'd say, "What should we call you? Should we call you Professor Paul or Teacher Paul?" I'm like, "You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me Bonehead. That's only for my wife. But I don't care what you call me. Oh, but we have to show respect." And like you said, if you respect me, you'll do your homework, you'll do your activities, you'll participate, and you'll improve. Because I'm not here to make myself feel good. I'm here to help you improve. And if you improve, you have demonstrated your respect for me. You know, I feel exactly the same way about that. I don't need the platitudes. I'm perfectly secure as a human being. What I need is for you to do your job, which is to learn and grow and develop and ask
Yeah,
questions when you're confused.
I am not doing YouTube so I can hear thank you. I'm
Yeah,
doing YouTube for you to learn. And
yeah,
if you learn if you listen to what I'm saying and you're learning, then I know I'm not wasting my time.
yeah.
But if you just say thank you and move on and you don't do homework, that doesn't feel sincere. Like,
Yeah. And no amount of thank you, teacher, thank you, sir. None of that stuff is going to make us feel respected if they're not engaged in doing their end of it.
well, I do appreciate it when students say thank you. I'm not going to ignore that. Okay, they say thank you, and but I have a preference that you thank me by doing the work.
Yeah, truly. Guys, do you have any more questions for Robin? We don't want to keep him here all morning. He's got a Saturday to enjoy. Any other questions, guys?
All right, final questions.
This is from Chris. Chris stays up late at 3 in the morning to watch the show every week, and she's in Belgium.
Oh, wow.
So thank you for staying up every week, Chris. It's wonderful. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Salma.
Thank you, Salma.
Last call for questions for Robin. Any questions, guys?
What kind of delay do you have with your live stream? Do you notice?
I think it's about a minute. Sometimes you, just like now, if I ask a question, it'll take a minute to get anything on screen, plus their typing
So
time.
I used to do games on Learn English Live. And, I'd put up some question and the students have to answer. And I found that the Korean students could answer quicker than the rest of the world. They had no delay. They saw
Interesting.
me immediate, so they got their answers out, and I was like, okay, I can't give prizes. And then eventually, I stopped playing games because just everyone's on a different delay. Some people, it's their internet, it's YouTube. Some of them started the video a little later. Uh, that's okay.
Yeah, it's remarkable that we can do this and connect with these people all over the world in all these different places. I mean, I'm certainly of an age where I remember a world without internet, zero, or zero computers. Even in high school, none of us had touched a computer by then. So in my lifetime, I've seen the drastic change and appreciate it.
Yeah, I
This
learned
is magic to
typing.
me.
I learned typing on a typewriter.
Oh, here's a question. How did you meet Robin and Paul?
You joined my WhatsApp group.
Yeah,
So You
I
came into my WhatsApp group. I don't know how you found me. Maybe through Eric.
maybe, well, at some point, somehow, Shaw English appeared on my YouTube feed, and I started watching it. And I had also encountered Eric from Etiquette's channel and watched him. And last year, around this time, I invited him on my show, so he was a guest. And then one day, I saw you and him on a show together, so I tuned into that and made a comment. And so there seemed to be some sort of mutual connection there. Maybe that's how.
Uh,
I don't
Anyway,
know.
one day he came into the WhatsApp group, as some teachers do. Usually they're silent and anonymous, but you made yourself known, I think, after a day or two, and
Hmm.
I'm happy because you're a native speaker.
That's right.
And hey, stay and participate, and
Yeah.
you can promote your stuff.
Yeah, I really appreciated that because, as I said, I've reached out to other teachers, sometimes just joining their live stream and engaging and interacting. And I learn stuff all the time. I like to learn. I like to learn what they're doing, what they're teaching. I like to meet other educators. I'm completely alone here, guys. I spend all of my week in my home studio. Only on the weekend do I get out. So I really miss that connection with other teachers that I used to have in a language school. That I do miss. And I miss my students. I like working alone, but something's lost. So it's been great to connect with you and some other teachers. But it does seem to be a problem for some. Some people don't like to respond to
I don't know what
other
it is
teachers.
about the
I don't know what it is.
education industry on YouTube or social
Yeah.
media. They just islands floating around. It's
Yeah.
like I'll reach out to everyone. Like
Yeah.
I reached out to big channels, and I've talked to a few big channels, but most of them won't speak to me, or they'll say,
Yeah.
what's in it for me?
There's that, right?
Uh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to talk to you, and we could share advice, stories. We could just vent. We all have the same problems and
Yeah.
frustrations, especially on YouTube. But they're not interested in that.
Yeah.
Okay, but we connected, and we seem to be on the same page on
Yeah.
the
I
value
appreciate that.
of just complaining about YouTube, or talking about grammar, or
Yep.
setting up a live stream.
It's great. Really appreciate it, Robin. Before I let you go, I'm going to put you to one more question here. It's from a Facebook user, so they're inside a Facebook group. That's when
Okay,
you can't see their name.
okay.
I think you really love Korea and people there. So do you think you can help students to improve their weakness?
Uh, Offline, I do my best to help Koreans. I'm at the university. I'm give them my full attention for the semester, in the classroom, outside the classroom. I do my best not only to teach them English, but to give them advice on potential careers, going overseas to study English or a working holiday. I advise them on many things. So I do my best to help Koreans. Uh, Online, uh, for whatever reason, Koreans do not engage with me online. Very few,
Hmm.
very, very few. Have
Yeah.
you had a Korean join your live stream?
I think once. And he was someone who had participated in another initiative of mine, another project. So I knew him.
So I don't know how to engage or get the attention of
Yeah.
the Korean and Japanese audience.
Yeah.
That's my weakness, I guess. Is
I think it's a larger issue because even though I have a fair amount of connections in Japan and students in Japan, there's a hesitation to interact in English. There's a barrier there for them. I don't know if it's cultural and psychological or just,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
might
know.
not like this format either,
Yeah.
live stream, or I don't know, but yeah, I love Korea.
Great. Thank you for all your questions, folks, and thank you for joining the show. Before my camera melts here, I'm going to say goodnight to you. Robin, thank you very, very much for joining the show. It's been a pleasure and an honor, and I mean that.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for
Anytime.
sharing all your experiences and insights with our viewers. And for you viewers out there who are friends and students of Robin's, thank you for joining my show. I really appreciate it, and it's been great to meet you. Thank you, Eunice, for interacting and offering so many great comments. Thank you, Selma. Thank you, everybody. And Robin, thank you again. Good night, and I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right. Goodbye.
Okay.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, Robin. So, guys, great to have Robin Shaw on the show tonight. It's been a real pleasure for me to get to know him and to introduce him to you, the audience out there. That's all the time we have, guys. So until I see you the next time, please take care of your health, keep learning, and stay cool. Thanks for watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or buy me a coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hardboiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy and stay cool. Wherever you're watching from, welcome to the show. Now, to start with, what I'd love is to hear from you guys. I want to hear where you're watching from, and I want to know your name. So, please say hello in the comment thread and tell me what country you're watching from. I see Sleepwalker is with us. I see Zaza is with us. I see Jonas is with us. I see Pallavi here. I see Learn English with Mask Girl here. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Thanks for joining so early. Who else is with us? By the way, if you are watching from a Facebook group, we won't see your name. We'll just see Facebook user, which is fine, but that's why I'd love it if you told me your name. So Learn English with Mask Girl is from India. We have Sleepwalker from Russia. We have Zahara from Morocco. Welcome. We have LinkedIn user from Germany. Welcome. LinkedIn user from Germany. What is your name? I don't see it here. I just see LinkedIn user. We have Ana Maria here, and I think Ana Maria might be from Colombia. I'm not sure. We have Solomon from Ghana. We have Roni from Bangladesh. We have Yaya from Gambia. Great. Welcome to the show, guys. Thank you for joining me. I can't thank you enough for joining me, for taking time out of your busy day or evening, wherever you are in the country, to join me here. Okay, on LinkedIn we have Inga. Welcome, Inga. Thanks for joining us here. We have Rupkaya. Welcome. Ana Maria, yes, Colombia. Great. We have Wako. Wako's from Japan. Hello, Wako. Welcome. Thank you for joining me. Good turnout today, guys. Lots of return viewers, and some of you might be new to the show. If you are new to the show, let me just explain a little bit about what we do here and who I am. So I am an English instructor and private language coach. By the way, if you guys need private lessons, you can contact me. My connections are down below on social media, and we can perhaps work together. Now, this show is based really around my YouTube channel. On my YouTube channel, you can find all the recorded episodes of the live show. You can also find my web series, which is called English Weirdness. English Weirdness is a show, it's a web series that I made with my students. And on the series, we discuss and investigate specific grammar problems that really cause problems for students in communication. And we used little dramas, we have animations, and in-depth analysis of the grammar issues that cause us trouble. If you're interested in writing, guys, I also co-host a podcast, called the Trouble with Writing podcast. I co-host this with my friends Phil and Pete, Peter, Paul, and Phil. And we discuss all kinds of topics related to writing. Now, you can find that on my YouTube channel as well, and Spotify in the audio and video versions. So please check that out. So that's a little bit about me. Of course, you can always find information about me on my main website, hardboiledenglish.com. There you can find connections to my video. You can find connections to merchandise products like the Grammar Detective coffee cup. We have Grammar Detective t-shirts, Hard-Boiled English t-shirts, all kinds of products there. And you can contact me if you want to work together privately. So that's a little bit about me. And about this show, basically it's usually pretty simple. You ask me grammar questions and I'll answer them right here on the board live. Now, sometimes I bring guests on. Today there is no guest. Next week I've got a very special guest, an English teacher from India. And he's going to share with us some of his journeys. But that's next week. This week, it's just your time, your questions. So what I'd love is for you to put your questions in the chat box, and I'll get to them as soon as I can. Did I miss saying hello to anyone? If I have missed you, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I did. I missed my friend from Sri Lanka. Now, I'm going to mispronounce this name, but allow me to try. Vijayashinge? Hopefully I got that correct. We also have Nelson with us. Nelson is in Colombia, if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful country. I've been to Colombia and very much enjoyed it. Okay, so Vijayashinge, Sanat, Vijayashinge, is that your name? I'm not sure. How's my pronunciation? Good question, Sleepwalker. Some of them have YouTube channels, some of them do not. Some of them work at language schools, maybe in Canada or another country. All kinds of different educators have been on this show. But here's something you may not know. Not all of my guests are teachers. Some of them are students. I've had several of my own students and several other language students that are doing interesting things with their English. So I'm interested in meeting people involved with English language learning and teaching. So I try to get a wide variety of guests. One thing I think is really valuable when you guys see a learner on my show is that you get to hear their story and their challenges and struggles, which all language learners go through. So I want to share the idea that if that person can get their English developed to a high level, so can you. And that's one of the reasons I like to have student guests. Sanat Vijayashinge. Great, it's a lovely name. Now, I know a few expressions in Tamil. One of them I think is Nalawalka, which I think means how are you? I'm not sure. I had a Tamil speaking friend a long time ago. Nalawalka maybe means how are you or thank you. I can't remember. Perhaps you can clarify for me. Great. So guys, I want you to start thinking about your grammar questions, okay? And I have one already from Jonas, who started the show. Now, Jonas, I'm not exactly sure what your question is, so I need your help clarifying this. So Jonas says, I can understand sufficiently a person who speaks English, but when I try to speak, I get stuck. First of all, Jonas, that's that's normal. That's natural. It's part of the learning process. Speaking and writing are the productive parts of language. It's when you have to produce the language, not listen to it or read it and interpret it. So this is sort of the biggest challenge, is using the language. It's a normal part of the process to struggle to speak or to write. So be patient. It takes time, okay? But it's totally normal to experience that. It's completely understandable. Jonas also says, I'll give an example so you can understand the issue. For example, when you say these words, uncomfortable and discomfort, I know exactly what you mean. Possibly because we say those in a sentence, right? Let's come back to that. Jonas also says, that's listening. It's okay. But when it comes to speaking, I could say, for example, discomfortable or uncomfort by mistake, as both prefixes mean dis and un mean the opposite of the word. So I think what you're suggesting here is that dis, and un take the word and make it opposite, meaning it makes it negative, right? We have prefixes like dis and un that indicate that the stem word now is the negative version. So comfortable or comfort becomes the negative, not comfortable, not comfort. But in this example, Jonas, I want you to pay attention also to the part of speech or the word form. Uncomfortable is an adjective, right? I feel uncomfortable. I am uncomfortable. That's an uncomfortable chair. Comfort is a noun. Discomfort is a noun. So they appear in different parts of the sentences because they're different forms of the meaning. That's something to pay attention to. That aspect of grammar, parts of speech, affects how you use it. It affects the prefix dis or un, and it affects the meaning that you're expressing. So when you're learning these words, pay attention not just to the definition, right? Use your dictionary and understand the definition, understand the part of speech that the word is. Sometimes it's either an adjective, say, or a verb. Sometimes it could be both. You need to adopt that into your learning as well, and that may help you choose the right word when it comes time to speak. I think that's what you're talking about here, Jonas, is that when it comes time to speak, you're selecting the wrong word or a combination of it. And as I said, part of that is normal. Part of it is normal to experience that kind of confusion as you pull the words up from your memory and express them. It takes time. It takes time for native speakers to do this. When we're children, we're going to do the same thing, discomfortable or uncomfort, right? It takes time, it takes practice, it takes feedback. So you have to be patient with yourself, right? And yes, there are numerous examples. Okay, so are there hidden rules? Yes, there are, and they're hidden in the dictionary, as I said. The rules are related to the part of speech that a word occupies, right? If it's an adjective, it's going to behave a certain way. It's going to be in a certain position in your sentence. If it's a noun, it's going to occupy, for example, the subject position or the object position. You have to pay attention to that. You have to know the word, what part of speech the word you are using is occupying. Okay, so these are all components to learning, right? Let me see here. I think I missed another question. Hello, Paul. Hello, mates. I hope you're doing, missing a G there, doing well. Great. Yes, I'm doing very well, thank you. I just recorded, moments earlier, I recorded our newest episode of the Trouble with Writing podcast. As I said, if you're interested in learning tips about writing or hearing a really interesting discussion between me and my two co-hosts, both fantastic language coaches. One of them specializes in working with creative writers and content writers, and another specializes in working with journalists, and we share lots of writing tips for our learners. So check that out, Trouble with Writing podcast. We just recorded our latest episode, and I think it's going to be very insightful and helpful for you guys. Let me see. I think I missed a question. Oh, I want to say hello to Luza. Welcome, Luza. And Luza is in Colombia? Yeah, Colombia. Okay, I think I answered this question. Sleepwalker, did I? Yeah. They have YouTube channels. Not all of them. Some of them do. Some of them don't even work on social media or online. I try to have a wide variety of guests. Okay, I want to say hello to Phil Charter. Phil Charter is my co-host on the Trouble with Writing podcast. He does have a YouTube channel and an excellent presence online, including especially LinkedIn. So if you're interested in his courses, he sells books, all kinds of materials. He provides daily posts with really helpful tips and insights. So check out Phil Charter on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram. I think he's on TikTok, but look for Phil Charter, the writing coach. Okay, and Phil has a grammar question. Should we use a comma before and? If so, when? Great question. The answer is yes and no. It depends what you're connecting. So as some of you may know, and is a conjunction. It's a coordinating conjunction. So its job is to join two independent clauses. I think I have independent clauses here. Let's say independent clause, independent clause. So what the hell is an independent clause? Well, an independent clause has three elements. It has a subject and a verb, subject and a verb, but it's also a complete idea. It has to fit all three criteria. Subject, verb, and must form a complete idea. There are other things like dependent clauses that have a subject and a verb, but they don't communicate a complete idea. So let me just get out of this costume and we'll have a look at this. We'll break it down. And in the middle here, we're going to put our conjunctions. Okay, and these are words like for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. They connect independent clause with an independent clause. So let me give you an example. I run. Now, this is a very simple clause. I run. It's my hobby. It's also a complete idea. So it's very small and simple, but it is complete. So let's make something a little more complex. I eat pizza. So here we're going to put an object as well. Okay, that's a complete idea. I eat pizza. Let's make another independent clause. For example, well, let's go back to our I run. So I run, that's my exercise, and I eat pizza, that's my dining hobby. Okay, now normally these would be two separate sentences. Full stop, period, period. But if we want to connect them into one larger idea, we can do so using conjunctions. So for example, let's use and. I want to connect two ideas. I eat pizza and I run. Those are two things that I do often, okay? In this case, we want a comma. We want a comma because we are connecting two distinct ideas. They're separate grammatically and they're separate semantically, which means they express different meanings, different ideas. But we want to connect them into one large idea, which is, I eat pizza, but don't worry, I don't get fat because I run. Okay, so the ideas are now related into a larger idea using the coordinating conjunction that coordinates this idea with this idea. Need a comma. By the way, if you want to remember the coordinating conjunctions, we have a little tip we call fanboys. Using the first letter, for, and, nor, but, or, yet, so. Fanboys. They require a comma. But that's not the only place we use a word like and. Sometimes we can join two subjects. For example, my wife and I eat pizza and we run. So now we have two subjects forming a double subject, my wife and I. In this case, no comma. Now, we could also have a double object. My wife and I eat pizza and sushi. Pizza and sushi, comma, and we run. So we have a double subject and a double object. No comma. And so on. You could even have two verbs. We eat and cook pizza. Let's say eat, running out of room here. And we eat, my wife and I eat and cook pizza and sushi. None of these gets a comma. So in answer to your question, Phil, and there are some other uses and other variations here, but the answer to the question is yes, we put a comma in front of and if it's operating as a coordinating conjunction joining independent clause and independent clause. If it's connecting two subjects, two verbs, or two objects, you don't need to. And that also goes for things like phrases, prepositional phrases, like we run in the park and on the grass. Prepositional phrases of location. In the park and on the grass. You don't need a comma there either. Okay? So, by the way, guys, this also points to the fact of how important punctuation is. Punctuation is crucial in writing because it needs to communicate grammatical differences and separations or connections. It also needs to communicate separation between ideas. So, got to learn punctuation. Hopefully that answers your question, Phil. Thank you for asking it. Okay, so I'm going to erase the board, and we have a new question here from Nelson. Let's just make some room to answer this next question. So Nelson wants to know the difference between leap, hop, jump, and skit. Nelson, I think you mean skip, S-K-I-P. Well, there are some similarities here. Let's get that out of the way first. All of them involve a movement of up and across, or up and down. They all involve, let's say with humans, using your thigh muscles predominantly, the upper leg, and other muscles, but predominantly your thigh, to push yourself into the air. Okay. Leap. Let's say we have Nelson standing here. And Nelson is going to use his thigh muscles and his calf muscles to go into the air. Sorry, the marker is a little dim. Okay, he's going to elevate into the air, off the ground. There's several ways he can do that. Jump. Let's start with the basic. This action is jump, right? Use your legs to push yourself into the air, jump. Now, depending how strong your legs are and your other muscles and how well and fluidly you can lift yourself, you might jump a few centimeters, or you might jump really high, right? Think about basketball players. Michael Jordan could jump really high off the ground. I'm getting old, even though I used to play basketball, maybe I can jump a few centimeters off the ground. Plus, I just had knee surgery, so we're talking maybe a centimeter, I don't know. So this basic action is jump, and you can apply it to vertical, but also horizontal jump. For example, in the Olympics, you see the long jumpers. So they don't just stand and go up, they add some running so that when they go up, they also go far. Right? So they're going to run and then leap into the air and go far. So I've just used the word leap. Leap and jump are basically the same, but leap implies higher and farther movement. So let's say, yeah, I could jump, right? I could jump. Michael Jordan could leap. He could leap very high. In fact, in the basketball world, they call that leaping ability or vertical leap, and it's measurable. In the Olympics, this is called the long jump. So leap and jump are basically the same, but leap maybe implies a little further, a little farther movement or a little higher jump. Okay. Hop. Hop is also a kind of jump, but hop sort of implies one leg. Right? So hopping on one leg. It might also imply a smaller distance from the ground. So maybe down here is like a hop. Think of rabbits, bunnies, they hop, right? My grammar bunny assistant here might hop, right? Little short, staccato, bouncy movements, hop. Think about hip hop music. The origins of hip hop are connected with break dancing. In the 1980s, when I was growing up, hip hop music and break dancing and DJing were all connected, and the break dancers often hopped, jumped in little movements, or spun and jumped onto the ground. Skip really implies skipping over something else. Right? If you're jumping over something else, we might call that skipping. And usually not very far and not very high. So if you think about a boxer or children in a playground skipping rope, their feet are not coming off the ground very far. Just enough to get the rope under it for another loop, another circle, right? So your feet are going off the ground quickly and a short distance. That's skipping. Or also there's a kind of a skipping you can do, one leg, the other leg, the other leg, and you're just jumping off the ground a little bit. That's skipping. Okay? And we also use the word skip metaphorically when we talk about postponing or canceling something but doing it at a later time. For example, I work with private students. We have a scheduled meeting, but sometimes because they have a business meeting or a family event, we will skip the meeting on the calendar. It means we will not have a class today. We will skip over that and go to the next meeting on the calendar. So skipping implies going over something, short movements, or in the use of time and calendar and schedule, missing something. So we're going to pass this date, skip over it, and not have a class on that day. We'll see you next week. Okay? Hopefully that answers your question, Nelson. That's really interesting. But don't forget, when you hear words that are sort of similar to you, and you're not sure the difference could be grammatical, could be a different part of speech, could be semantic, it could be a different meaning. Go to the dictionary. Check it out. Each synonym will be explained in a slightly different way because they mean slightly different things. Okay? Let's see what else we have here. Okay. This is a great question. So I'm going to clear the board and make room because we will need a little time for this. So the question here is the word vacation. Is it countable or uncountable? Well, again, if you're not sure which a word is, you can always go to the dictionary. Let's check this out. So in English, vacation can be a noun, countable noun. You can have one vacation. You can have two vacations. It can also be used as a verb, right? You can vacation in Canada, right? It can also be used as an adverb or a prepositional phrase like this. She is on vacation. So this is a compliment, right? This is telling us about where she is. It's not really a place, it's a circumstance. So it's kind of adverbial because it's kind of describing her state of being at a particular time. So one way to find out if a word is countable or not is just check the dictionary. It will always say C/, or N. Countable, not countable, or even a U, uncountable. But I'm going to tell you a little tip. If I have my... I think I do not have... Oh, maybe I do. Yes, I do. Okay. First of all, countability is only related to nouns. So that's where we start. So how do you know if a noun is countable or uncountable? If it's countable, usually you can use the logic of reality. If you can see two separate objects, it's probably countable. Like pen, I see a pen. In reality, I actually see two of them. So therefore, the noun that represents these objects is probably countable, right? I can see more than one. I can take more than one vacation. I can take one vacation in January and one vacation in August in reality. So those vacations, probably countable. Things like air. If I look around me and see air, can't really see it, but I know it exists, I don't see more than one air. It's just sort of everywhere. Same with water. Water is in the ocean, which is close to my home. It's in my cup. It's also in my body. It's also in the air. I mean, at the molecular scientific level, water is everywhere. So I don't see one water and then another water. So in that case, a substance like that, that's kind of everywhere, it's uncountable. Information. Information is everywhere. Now I can see two items or two pieces of information, one on the computer, one in a book, so they're separated. That's countable. But I'm going to use a countable noun to represent that. Two pieces countable, of information. Now there's another little trick to determine whether a noun is countable or uncountable. Let me show you a neat little trick. This is sort of a thought experiment. Let's start with the word, the noun. If you can divide that noun into two parts, and the parts are the same, so it's uncountable. Let me give you an example. Here I have a water bottle. Okay, one bottle, it's countable, but the water, as I said, is uncountable. Here I have a Grammar Detective cup available on the website. Here I have an English Weirdness cup. So according to my logic, the Hard-Boiled English Live English Weirdness cup and the Grammar Detective cup, they're clearly two different objects in reality, right? So cups are countable. We can see that they're countable. I can see more than one. But as I said, water is everywhere, including on my skin, in my body, in the air, in the nearby ocean. But the water I'm talking about here is contained and separated by a bottle. So we have some water. Let's see if it is divisible. Let's pour some water in here and some in here. So we're taking water and we're dividing it. Now the big question is, what do we have? What's in this cup? Well, in cup number 1, we have water. What's in this cup? We have water still. That's interesting, right? We took water and we divided it, and we still have water and water. Let's put that on the board. Noun, water. We divided it, and we had water in one cup. In the other cup, we still had water. What do you think of that? That is an uncountable noun. Now, think of another uncountable noun like rice. Now, rice is made of many grains of rice, but the overall substance is called rice. If we poured rice into one container and rice into the other container, guess what we'd have? Rice and rice. That's uncountable nouns. Uncountable nouns can be divided and you have the same substance in the two pieces. Let's look at another example. What do we have here? Okay. We have a couple of Japanese monsters. I find Japanese monsters very useful when talking about grammar. What the hell are you talking about, Paul? We're talking about countable nouns. Yeah, I have 2 countable nouns with me. 2 Japanese monsters. Sorry. I have Ghidorah and I have Godzilla, or Gojira in Japanese. Okay? One monster, another monster. 2 objects in my hand. So I have 2 monsters, right? They have names. Ghidorah, Godzilla. Clearly, monsters are countable, right? And you can see that they're different. They also look different. They're distinct. Let's imagine they have a fight, like they always do in the movies. Big fight. And, you know, Ghidorah's pretty big and he's got 3 heads, so he gets the better of Godzilla. And he divides Godzilla. Now, Godzilla has been divided in the battle. Right? Now, the other monster has smashed up Godzilla, taken his head off, his body and his tail separated. So sad, because I like Godzilla. But now look what's happened. We divided water and we had water and water. Here's Godzilla, a monster, and we divided the monster into 3 parts. Let's just use 2 for now. Let's put his head back on. A little dignity. Now the monster is in 2 parts. It's been divided. Now what do we have? Do we have Godzilla and Godzilla? Is that Godzilla? No, that's a tail. Is that Godzilla? Sort of. Let's say his head's gone. Now we just have a body. This is not Godzilla. We don't divide Godzilla or a monster into monster and monster. We divided it into parts. That's different than water. So, for example, so we said this is uncountable. Uncountable nouns are divisible. Let's say countable noun. In this example, we said monster. And we tried to divide our monster. Poor guy. Poor Godzilla. We divided it and we didn't have monster and monster anymore. Now we had tail and body. This is a countable noun. Here's another example. I have a pen. I told you before, pen is countable. If I try to divide it, do I have pen and pen? No, I have pen and lid or cap. Countable nouns are not divisible. Okay? That's a little logic test you can use to determine, is a noun countable or uncountable? The dictionary will tell you also, but you can do this on your own, right? Uncountable nouns are divisible into the same noun. Countable nouns are not divisible. When you break them down, you have different, distinct parts. What's another example? Well, I have a bottle. Bottle is countable because you can have more than one bottle. I could have 3 bottles. And if I try to divide it or break it down, I don't have bottle and bottle. I have lid and maybe, I don't know, bottle. If you take your, well, let's take Mr. Potato Head. If I take Mr. Potato Head, a toy, and I break it down and try to divide it, what do I have? Well, I have arms, head, hat. You just end up breaking a countable noun, breaking it down into other countable nouns. So that's a little trick you can do to determine if a noun is uncountable or countable, right? Hopefully that helps. Here's a good question. Yeah, this is a great question. In English, English is not a pure language. It's been influenced by the different peoples that conquered England through the centuries, including the Germans or Teutons, the French, the Romans with their Latin language, and all of this is now mixed into what we use as English. So is it important for me? It's important for me to understand. It's important for my learners to understand because it explains a lot of inconsistencies or irregularities. We have different rules from different languages working together in English. We saw an earlier example, right? We saw uncomfortable and discomfort. And I mentioned that they both mean negative, right? They mean not comfortable, and this is not a comfort. These come from different languages. If I'm not mistaken, this is Germanic. It's a Germanic prefix that means not, and this is French. It's a French prefix that means not. So if a learner is learning a language, they're going to say, why do we have un that means not, and we have dis that means not? Well, this is the answer why. Because of the history of language, English language development and evolution. It evolved with influence from other languages. So that's one reason why it's important. Do I play with this? Sort of, yeah, absolutely. Because it's fun and interesting and helps us understand why grammar in English and vocabulary doesn't seem very consistent. Right? You learn one rule. For negative, use un. Well, teacher, what about dis? Oh, yeah. So there's a lot of irregularity in English because of this. One of the reasons English is hard to learn is because of this irregularity. So it is important to understand that, for sure. This is a great question I can answer pretty quickly. Again, I got to clear the board. And watch my step because there are dead monsters on the floor. Got to be careful with dead monsters on your floor, guys. It's always a hazard. Okay. So time information in a sentence are adverbs, right? So for example, if I said this, I ate, sorry guys, my pens are fading quickly. I ate pizza. That's the action I did, right? I ate pizza. What's your question? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? When? Oh, you use simple past. You need to have a time reference. When did you eat pizza? Well, I could say, I could give you a time information. And by the way, questions that come to your mind based on the action, like when the action happened, how it happened, where it happened. Those questions are answered with adverbs because they're related to the verb. So I could start with yesterday. I ate pizza. And the yesterday tells me when the action happened. So it's an adverb. Okay? Adverbs can move around. Time adverbs, in this case yesterday, is going to refer to the entire sentence. Not only did I eat pizza yesterday, pizza also happened yesterday. The whole sentence is part of yesterday. So putting it in the front kind of covers the whole sentence until, let's say, the full stop. For the same reason, I could put it here. Full stop. Okay, it wouldn't be a capital. And I wouldn't have a full stop here. And you put the comma when the adverb comes at the beginning of a sentence because it signals that the subject is next. If you put it at the end of the sentence, it doesn't need a comma. But it still applies to the whole sentence, everything that came before it. I ate pizza yesterday. Or you could say, I ate pizza and cooked sushi yesterday. Yesterday applies to all the actions. So time adverbs generally, 99% of the time, go in the front or the back of the sentence, beginning or the end. Which one is better? They both work. Personally, if you're wondering, I like them at the beginning for two reasons. One, they answer the question right away. When did the sentence happen? Yesterday, I ate pizza. Well, in a short sentence, if it comes at the end, it doesn't matter. But if you have a long sentence, it's useful to know the time referent early. So I prefer having it at the beginning. The second reason is sentences are not alone. They're often in paragraphs. So if you're talking about another time, like last year, and you finish your sentence like, last year I was studying blah, 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 blah. Yesterday I ate pizza. This word acts as a transition from the other time we were talking about. Now we're talking about yesterday. So if you're changing from a different time reference, last year, for example, having it at the beginning of the sentence makes it a natural transition word. Now the reader knows, or the listener knows, okay, now we're not talking about last year anymore. We're now talking about yesterday. What happened yesterday? So I think it's useful to put it in the beginning. You don't have to. Grammatically, it works in both positions, right? But in terms of the distribution of information to your reader or your listener, it's useful to have it at the beginning. Now, guys, okay, Phil, great, thanks. I'm glad that that helped. Commas are very difficult. We talked about commas in front of and, joining independent clauses, or double subject, double verb, or double object. But that's not the only place we use commas. They're useful for lists, for example, and other things. So it's a bigger topic. Isn't it hot in Canada? Here is about 45 degrees. It's too hot today in here. I wonder how you can wear a suit if it's hot. Yeah, it's probably around 40 degrees in my studio room, because outside it's probably 30 plus degrees, sunny and hot. And where I live, Vancouver, it's a very clean city. It's a very nature-friendly city, so we don't have any smog in the sky. Our sky is beautiful and pure blue. No clouds, no pollution. Pollution is very strictly controlled here. So when that sun comes out, it gets you directly. And I have sun coming in right in my windows there. That's why I moved this live stream from 5 p.m. to 10 a.m. The other thing is I'm in a studio room, and in order to make sure my whiteboard is nice and clear for you guys on the screen without a lot of shadows, I have studio lights in here. I have 6 studio lights in here burning down on me. So it's probably around 45 in here. Now, if I continue doing my live stream in the early evening, late afternoon here, I probably couldn't breathe. It gets brutally hot in here. So thank you for asking, Jonas. Yes, it's pretty hot. And that's why I'm going to be strict with my time and only do this for an hour, because it's pretty unbearable. Let's see, what else have I missed? Okay, I think you're thinking of a different expression. It's a phrasal expression. Put up with something, right? I put up with the heat. You know, it's very hot in here, but I put up with it because it's important for me to do this live stream every week. I enjoy it, and I hope you guys find it helpful. So I don't want to disappoint you. I put up with it. What does it mean? It means tolerate. It means to tolerate something, to accept it, even though it's negative, right? Put up with. The expression you're using here, he is putting it up his whole life. That doesn't make sense. So I think you're mistaken. I think you should be saying he's been putting up with something his whole life. He's been putting up with the weather his whole life. He's been putting up with his, I don't know, his crazy friend. He's been putting up with whatever is kind of outside your control, but you have to accept it. Putting up with. And by the way, that also tells us why prepositions are important. And I have a preposition show planned for the near future with my friend and colleague Pedro, teacher Pedro from Brazil. He's going to join me, and we're going to talk about prepositions because it's a very big problem for language learners, but in particular, Spanish and Portuguese speakers, when they're learning English, they really have a hard time, it seems like, with prepositions. So we're going to talk about that in a couple weeks. I just want to say hello to Karim. Karim is joining us from Egypt. Thank you for joining us. Guy is with us. Guy is in Costa Rica. Thank you, Guy. Now, guys, I see a couple other questions here, but I'm about to run out of time. So we have a question here about conditionals. Yeah, a lot of people use conditionals badly. Let's talk about this next week, Naeem, because I need a bit more time and I'm running out of time. It's a fantastic question. And I have a nice graphic we can go through next week about conditionals. Right? And by the way, I can send you a copy of that if you want, if you email me. My email address is hardboiledenglish6@gmail.com. I'll send you a copy of that document and we can review conditionals next week. It just requires a bit of time. And pretty soon I have to get out of here because I'm going to melt. Okay, Pallavi, good, yeah. That's what I want most for this show, is for you guys to bring me sentence examples. Because you may not know if it's good English or bad English, so to speak. You may not know if it's a common expression or a not common expression. When you're learning English, you may not know if an expression is rude or polite. So please bring me the English you see. I call this, well, when you bring me examples, I think we can break it down and understand what's happening in the sentence better than if you ask me to explain a rule to you, for example, right? So next week we'll talk about conditionals, and yeah, okay, great. Well, guys, I think I better say goodnight because it's starting to get unbearably hot in here. It's starting to get very uncomfortable. I'm experiencing a lot of discomfort. Okay? So let's let's end here, guys. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you haven't seen the YouTube channel, go to The Grammar Detective on YouTube, and you can see the recording of this episode and all the other episodes. You can find my podcast with Teacher Phil. You can find my English Weirdness series, right? Podcast, English Weirdness, the long form grammar series. You can find all the episodes of Hardboiled English Live. Boom. Okay? YouTube channel is where everything is centered. And I think it's also the best place to watch this show because it's got the nicest quality image. And yes, guys, here's another thing. Please share this with your friends. I want more people to join us and participate. So please share these videos with your friends on your social media network. Encourage them to watch also. Bring their questions. The more questions we have, the more participants we have, the better this is. Okay? So I'm going to say good night, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. Hopefully you're comfortable. Hopefully you are staying safe. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for taking time out of your day to participate in this live stream. It means a lot to me that you join. It means a lot to me that you participate and ask questions and share your ideas with each other. This is awesome. This is how you learn a language. Remember, guys, a lot of us are in countries where we don't get to practice our new language. That makes it a big challenge. So the more interaction we have, the more you guys learn. Okay? The more questions you have, the better you'll understand English. The more we analyze examples, the better you'll understand English. So between now and next week's show, listen carefully to what you hear. Notice what you read in English and write it down and bring it to the show. Bring me your grammar questions, okay? Bring me your example of strange sentences. All of that is what I love to do, and all of that, I believe, will help you guys develop your English skill, okay? So, thank you very much for joining me today. Until the next time I see you, next Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific time, I want you to stay healthy, take care, keep learning, and as always, guys, stay cool. Thanks for watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or buy me a coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hardboiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy.
How was the class today?
In Sociology 104, the professor talked about the culture and...
Who's?
Wait, how's what?
Culture.
Just like in general. I don't know, whatever.
Well, in my class, actually, very surprising thing happened. My classmate Lorena, she came to school with apple and introduced me.
Why is that surprising? Eating the apple for the lunchtime is pretty normal. You have one before.
What? No. Her friend. She has Canadian friend named Apple.
Then you should have said that.
I did. You just didn't listen. You never listened to me.
Come on, that's not fair. Okay, you met a girl named Apple.
She is from Vancouver and she is baker.
So, her name is Apple Baker? That's really the funny name.
No, her name is not Apple Baker Gee. Her name is Apple and her job is baker. Jeez.
I knew a baker in Brazil. He made excellent pão de queijo. That's the Brazilian cheese bread.
You mean there's only one?
Well, no. You know, sometimes you say I don't listen to you, but sometimes you don't listen to me either. I've been thinking, you know, your birthday is coming soon, and well, I didn't used to, but now I like cat.
Cat? You like cat?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be nice if we could share an apartment with cat?
What? Are you crazy?
Wait, what?
You have a crush on my best friend, Kat? I knew it!
Of course not.
Now you deny it.
Waiter, please bring bill.
Right away.
You've totally got the wrong idea. I didn't mean your friend cat. I mean, she's the animal.
You really are crazy.
Hi, I'm the manager, Bill. How may I help you?
Making friends with someone from another culture can be wonderful and amazing. However, when both persons are learners of a shared second language, communicating and expressing clearly to each other can be a real challenge, especially when that second language is English. English is full of irregularity, inconsistent rules, exceptions to rules, and weirdness. I'm Teacher Paul, and in this series we're exploring these strange features of English grammar and the problems they can cause, even relationship problems. And in this episode, we'll look at a group of very small, yet very powerful words. I'm speaking, of course, about articles. And though they're indeed tiny words, they're essential for communicating accurately and clearly in English. In fact, they're so essential, using them incorrectly can mean the difference between an apple, a bill, and a cat.
Teacher Paul, I really need your help. My friend Aya is super angry at me. She thinks I'm in love with her friend named Kat.
That's a serious problem indeed, Guy. But first, before we go any further, please tell me you're not really in love with her friend, are you?
Of course not, teacher. I've never even met her. Besides, I would never do something like that.
Okay, that's good to hear.
I was gonna buy Kat, but now Aya is super angry at me, and I think I might never see her again.
I don't think it was a girl named Kat who came between you and Aya, nor do I think it was a pet cat.
What do you think it was, teacher? Please help me.
What I think ruined your date was English weirdness.
Really? Oh my God.
Don't worry, Guy, don't worry. Tell me what happened and we'll break it down. Let's see if I understand this. You told your friend Aya that in class that day you had talked about the culture?
And Aya didn't seem to understand me, teacher. It was weird.
Well, did Aya know which culture you were referring to?
Maybe. Come to think of it, maybe not. But I was referring to the culture we talk about in my sociology class.
Was Aya in that class?
No.
Then it seems to me that she would have no way of knowing which culture you were talking about. The information in word, culture, was new information. In that moment, you were introducing it to your discourse or conversation.
But teacher, how can I make it clear which culture I'm talking about?
That's the million-dollar question, Guy. We need a tiny little word with a lot of communicative power. It's called an article.
You mean like newspaper article, teacher?
Not quite, but you just showed us how in English, words can have different meanings, and that's part of this problem. The word article can indeed refer to a newspaper or magazine or website article. Or it can refer to a group of tiny but very powerful words. And it's these articles we need to look at here.
Articles, teacher?
They're tiny but powerful and essential in English. Unfortunately, the usage of them is fairly complex and involves several important irregularities and exceptions. But I'll show you a system to simplify their usage.
Are there a lot of words to memorize, teacher? I'm not good at this.
Fortunately, there are only 3 articles to know. Here they are: a, an, and the.
It's funny. They are such small words, but they cause so much trouble.
One confusing thing about articles that make them hard to learn, I think, are their grammar names. English students are often taught that the is called a definite article, while a and an are called indefinite articles. And I think this confuses learners. These two names suggest that the indefinite articles don't refer to anything in particular. Now, they might do so occasionally, but much of the time they do refer to something specific, or at least distinct from the other nouns. Consider these examples. Now you tell me, are these indefinite articles referring to something that is not particular or distinct?
Definitely not, teacher.
So I think, even though you find these terms in grammar books, they are misleading and confusing for learners. I think it's more useful to think of the purpose of all three articles as functioning to introduce nouns into your discourse. That's their purpose. Furthermore, as you just pointed out, these so-called indefinite articles do indeed refer to information that is particular and somewhat distinct, but new to your discourse. For example, culture was new to your discourse.
But culture wasn't new information, teacher. I studied all day in class.
But remember, you weren't alone in your discourse, and Aya didn't study it all day in class, did she? So for her, in your shared discourse, it was a new and unfamiliar topic.
So the question isn't how specific or definite the noun is, but how new they are in our discourse, right?
You've got it.
So what about the so-called definite article, the, teacher? What does it signal?
That's interesting. You just said, what about the so-called definite article? You used the correctly there.
Correctly?
Tell me this, the so-called definite article, is it specific or distinct?
Sure, it's distinct from the other nouns.
And is it new and unfamiliar?
No, you and I have been discussing it for several minutes.
Exactly. Within our shared context, our discourse, it is not new. Importantly, it is familiar to both of us. That's why you needed to use it correctly, and you did.
So teacher, when I was with Aya, which one of us used articles wrong? Me or her?
I'd say you both made some article errors. But this is fairly normal for two English learners with different first languages, trying to communicate to each other.
Why, teacher?
Your English discourse is like a bridge. Each of you begin on a separate side. That's your first language. But when you communicate with each other using English, you move across the bridge, trying to meet in the middle. The problem is, neither you nor Aya is perfectly proficient in English. Not yet. You're still learning, so you don't quite make it to the middle with perfect understanding. But that, Guy, is your goal.
Okay, teacher. So now we know what articles do. How do we choose which one to use?
Good question, Guy. As we've just seen, articles are deeply related to the characteristics of the noun they attach to. The second thing is that every time you use a noun, you must decide whether or not to use an article. And if so, which one?
Teacher, that sounds like the decision making is a lot.
Maybe at first, but I'm going to show you a system that can help you make this decision, and it works, most of the time. Now, this system will feel a little slow at first, but it's slow for native speakers too in the beginning. You'll get faster and faster, and eventually the decision making will occur quickly and unconsciously.
What kind of system?
I call it Teacher Paul's Amazing Article Accelerator.
Cool! Does it make articles go faster, like the particle accelerator atomic science use?
Not really. I just thought it was a cool name.
Teacher, you are the man.
Actually, Guy, I'm just a man. But thank you for the compliment. Well, this system doesn't actually accelerate anything, but it will help us decide if we need an article, and if so, which one.
It looks difficult, teacher.
I didn't promise you it would be easy, but it is effective, and that's more important.
I'm good to go, teacher.
With this system, we insert a noun, any noun, and the accelerator will process it. Let's try it with a noun. Say, culture. By the way, do you remember what a proper noun is?
Sure, teacher. Those are names of people, places, cities, countries, companies, school subjects, things like that. And they get a capital letter.
Exactly right, Guy.
Culture can be a school subject, but in class, we are referring to it as a concept, not an academic discipline.
Good. So, culture is not a proper noun.
But teacher, how do we know if it is a specific noun or not?
We need to judge that by context. Ask yourself this. Do you and the person you are communicating with mutually know which noun you are referring to? In other words, is it already familiar to both of you? Have you previously made it known? Do you guys share the noun and the context? For example, you and your friend Aya shared the restaurant context, but Aya wasn't in the same university class as you were, so she did not know about which culture you were talking.
So the answer must be no. It is not a specific noun. It is new to our discourse, but not familiar and distinct.
Okay, let's move it through the accelerator. Next stop, is it uncountable?
There are many cultures, so it's countable.
Right, but this word can have both countable and uncountable meanings. In your case though, your professor was speaking about culture as a concept, so it is uncountable.
Teacher, how can I know if a word is uncountable or countable?
It helps to think of countable objects as having boundaries. Skin, walls, borders, edges. And uncountable nouns as being substances or materials without boundaries or borders. Or you can always check a dictionary. Now, let's try it with another noun. How about baker?
Okay, I thought baker was a name, but Aya made it clear that it's not. It's her friend's job.
Right. Baker can be a person's name, but not in this discourse context. Was it specific?
Well, in our context, the context Aya was talking about, it was unfamiliar, new to our conversation, and not really a specific. So, no.
Next step. Was it uncountable?
Well, a restaurant or cafe could have 1 or 2 bakers on their staff. No, it was countable.
Next step. Plural?
Aya mentioned only 1, so no.
And does it begin with a vowel?
It begins with B. No, so we must get A. That means Aya should have said her friend named Apple is a baker. She also made a mistake.
That's the nice thing about relationships, Guy. Everyone in them makes mistakes equally. Well, we're men, so we probably make more.
Yeah, I know what you mean, teacher.
Okay, let's test another word. Let's try it with apple.
Okay, step 1. Apple is not a proper noun. Wait, Aya told me that she met a Canadian girl named Apple, which means it's a proper noun and gets no article. But I thought she meant the fruit apple.
Here's where English gets really weird, Guy. Some English words can be both a proper noun and a regular noun. And I think you know another example.
Oh my god, teacher. Cat!
That's right. You thought you were suggesting a pet cat to Aya, but she thought you were telling her you like Cat, her friend. Cat is a common short form of the name Catherine or Katerina.
There's a big difference between giving Aya a pet cat and being in love with her friend, teacher.
A huge difference. Guy, remember when you asked the waiter for Bill and the manager came? Let's test that noun.
You mean?
Yep. The word bill can be both a regular noun and a proper noun. The problem is, we identify proper nouns by the capital letter. But when you hear a word in a conversation, you don't hear the capital letter. So simply by listening, you cannot determine if the word is bill, the paper upon which is written your cost, or some guy named Bill.
So, we need the article to signal whether the noun is the object noun meaning or the proper noun meaning.
That's right.
Now, in the mutually shared and familiar context of your dinner, which do you think it was?
Well, we're finished our dinner, and after dinner, it is pretty normal to ask the waiter to bring the piece of paper that tells you how much money you owe. That bill is not a proper noun, it's an object noun.
Good. Go ahead and put it through the accelerator. Next step. Was it specific and familiar?
Based on the context, we both knew it was time to pay and leave. So yes. So we should have asked for the bill, not Bill the manager. But with no article, Bill sounds exactly like a man's name. Because in speech, you can't hear a capital letter. Now I get it.
Exactly. And I have to say, the fact that the restaurant happened to have a manager named Bill was a pretty amazing coincidence.
Whoa, teacher. The article accelerator really is amazing.
It's pretty cool, but it isn't perfect.
Oh yeah, you said earlier that there were some exceptions that didn't work in the accelerator.
That's right, Guy. This is where things get a little weirder. Remember I said proper nouns don't get articles? Well, that's not always the case. Here is a list of proper nouns that actually do get a definite article, the, before them. Let's think of these as being members of topic groups. These are fixed and unchanging. So you just have to get used to them and remember they're exceptions, and these nouns will not work in the accelerator.
Man, Teacher Paul, for such tiny words, articles sure can cause a lot of trouble for learners like Aya and me.
I'm afraid you're right, Guy, but don't worry. Keep practicing with the amazing article accelerator and you'll improve.
But teacher, why do learners like us make so many article errors?
Many learners' first language, such as Arabic, Russian, and Aya's Japanese, use no system of articles. And other learners' first language, such as Spanish, Norwegian, and your Portuguese, use articles, but in very different ways. To make things even trickier, in some languages like Spanish or Portuguese, nouns are either masculine or feminine, right?
Yeah, and depending on that, each need a different type of article.
Exactly.
But teacher, how can a language like Aya's Japanese have no articles? How can they know which cat is cat, which bill is bill?
That's a great question, Guy. Researchers debate this, but many agree that the Japanese language originated, at least in part, from ancient Chinese. And the Chinese language doesn't even use words in the same sense that English does. It uses ideograms, distinct characters that convey a complete idea. To make a sentence in Chinese, the characters are positioned in a sequence, juxtaposing one meaning with another one. They don't need as many connector words to connect them as English does. Their relationship implies a meaning, much of which also relies on the context. So, as the Japanese language evolved, it may have preserved some of these characteristics. As a result, speakers in a Japanese discourse are thus expected to be very sensitive to context. Your friend Aya is probably like this, sensitive to context.
And compared to her, I'm like totally insensitive to it. She must think I'm an idiot.
I doubt that, Guy. And in fairness, she might not be so sensitive to the Portuguese need for connector words and articles. But regardless of the characteristics of your first languages, to develop accuracy in English, you need to keep working on your article usage. Remember, for you and Aya, English is the communication bridge that links you. If you want to join each other in the middle, you both need to be sensitive to the discourse context and to each other. Be patient and enjoy the amazing experience of being able to get to know each other in a mutually shared language. And I think I know how you can smooth things over with Aya.
I'm ready, teacher.
Get her the cat.
Cool. Teacher Paul, I knew you could help me. You really are the man.
Well, that's nice of you to say, Guy. Okay, let's summarize.
But if you don't use any articles, you make every noun sound like a proper noun. And this can be very confusing.
Aya, wait, please. I'm sorry. I use English weirdness. What I meant was, I want to get you a cat. A present for apartment.
A cat? You mean not my friend Cat?
Totally not. I don't even know her. To me, she's completely indefinite, indistinct, and unfamiliar.
What?
Never mind.
Well, I guess a cat, huh? That's kind of sweet, Guy. Thank you. A cat? Really?
Really.
Was it really just English weirdness?
What was it you folks wanted to ask me?
Pepperoni, spinach. Yeah. No mushroom. No mushroom, please. Oh, and double cheese, yeah. And... Good morning, Diego. You seem extra happy today.
Today is the perfect day, Teacher Paul, because after 3 months, I finally find the perfect apartment.
Found?
But it's way out in the suburbs, so it takes me more than 1 hour to get to school.
Wow. Couldn't you find a place closer to the school?
Teacher Paul, Vancouver is too expensive for a guy like me. Only rich people can live in downtown.
Actually, that's not quite accurate.
But teacher, it's obvious. Many rich people live in downtown. It is too expensive for a student. That's why I have to live in the boring suburbs.
I understand what you mean, Diego. But in fact, nobody can live in downtown. Downtown Vancouver. Glamorous. Exciting. Rainy. Center of global trade and commerce. Temporary home to thousands of tourists and international students. But like most big cities, it's expensive and the costs are soaring, especially for housing. Those who work in the city have to live outside it in the suburbs. Students can't find affordable apartments. Condos sit empty. For those of us who call this place home, it's a serious problem. However, I'm not here to explain real estate economics to you. I'm just a humble English instructor, so I'll leave that to the experts. I do know something about the irregularities of the English language though, what I like to call English weirdness. And I think you'll find it applies here. Because, as you're about to see, the real reason nobody can live in downtown has nothing to do with real estate. It's not even economic. It's grammatical.
Teacher Paul, I'm confused.
That's okay, Diego. That's a normal part of learning a language.
Did I say something wrong?
Well, you said something a little bit weird. Let's break it down. You said, nobody can live in downtown.
It's true, teacher. Nobody can pay the cost.
Well, Vancouver is expensive, no doubt about it. But let's focus on the way that you expressed that. You said, nobody can live in downtown.
That's right.
In English, this is not possible.
It's not?
I'm afraid not. Remember in class we talked about prepositions?
Oh, Dios mío. Preposition.
I know they're challenging, especially for Spanish speakers. But they're essential in English. So let's not be afraid of them. Let's figure them out. So how did we define the job they do in the sentence, their function?
I remember prepositions connect the words.
Good. But which type of word?
Nouns?
Yes, they connect nouns. And to what?
Other nouns?
Good. But they connect nouns to all other words. The important thing is, prepositions connect nouns.
Got it. But teacher, how is this related to downtown?
Well, they're not related to downtown. You see, Diego, if prepositions connect nouns, we can't possibly connect the word downtown with the preposition in or even to.
Why not, teacher?
Think about it, Diego.
You mean downtown is not a noun?
That's right. Downtown is an adjective or an adverb. And if it's not a noun, if it's an adjective, we can't be in it. It is clear we can be in nouns such as this classroom, or this city, or as you said, the suburbs. But can we be in adjectives such as tall or groovy?
Diego is a tall guy. Diego is in tall. Music is in groovy. No, teacher. That's impossible.
That's right, Diego. We can't be in adjectives or adverbs. Prepositions can only connect nouns.
So that means...
Yep. If you can't be in an adjective or an adverb, you can't possibly be in downtown because it's not a noun.
But teacher, downtown is a place, and nouns express people, things, and places, don't they?
That's a good point, Diego. Look, I know downtown seems like a place, but if you stand in the very center of this city, say at the art gallery, what city are you in?
Vancouver?
That's right. Even though you are in a specific area, you are still in that city, not its adjective.
Okay.
Let's rebuild our sentence. What type of word is Vancouver?
It's a noun. A proper noun?
Good. And if it's a noun, we can place an adjective before it, right? We can modify a noun.
Something is wrong, teacher.
Good. What?
Because we have a noun, we need a preposition to connect it to the other words.
Exactly. But in English, we always try to be more concise, to get rid of words we don't need. So, if we both know that we are talking about this particular city, because our school is in this city, or if we are standing in that city, we can probably drop it and still understand the context, right?
Yes, we don't need to say it. The context is obvious.
But now we have a problem.
Yes, there is no noun.
And if there's no noun,
Then we can't use a preposition. Okay, but teacher Paul, if we have no noun, how can we have an adjective? It's modifying nothing.
you're right. It's a new problem. You see, words like this can do different jobs. They're flexible. Imagine the adjective is a character. It wants to modify the noun Vancouver. And even if this noun disappears, this adjective still wants to modify stuff.
Okay,
So it will try to modify the next word it can find.
you mean like the verb?
Right. It turns and finds the verb live and modifies that. This is called syntactic shift. When a word changes its form, it's part of speech, and the job it does changes its function.
But you said downtown is an adjective. It's not an adverb.
It is now.
Nobody can leave downtown. But teacher, for me, now sounds more weird.
Well, sometimes correct grammar does sound weird when you're first learning it. But that's because it's new to you.
And because I've been saying it wrong until now. I'm such a stupid.
Don't worry, Diego. It's a completely normal part of learning a new language.
Okay, teacher Paul. But do you really think this is why apartments cost so much in here?
Of course not, Diego. The high cost of housing is no joke. What we're talking about here is how to express that. By the way, you just said apartments cost so much in here.
Yes.
In that sentence, here is not a pronoun, it's an adverb. So you can't use it with the preposition. Sorry, Diego.
Oh my god. Prepositions.
So let's summarize, Diego. If the sentence has an adjective like downtown and a noun, you can use the preposition. But if you drop the noun, you must drop the preposition as well.
This reminds me of another expression I've heard before. I'm going to home.
In that sentence, we cannot say I am going to home because there, home is not a noun. It's an adverb of direction.
So we should say, I'm going home.
Exactly.
Wow, this is deep, teacher.
Yeah, well, even if we use correct grammar, it's still expensive to live in Vancouver.
So, but teacher, how can I know if a word is a noun, an adjective, or an adverb? Downtown, here, there, home. It's difficult.
Well, Diego, nobody promised you learning English would be easy. Dancing must have been difficult the first time you did it, right?
Well, teacher, dancing for me is natural, easy, and the ladies love it. They come to downtown just to see me dance, teacher.
I'm sure they do, Diego. But you know what else ladies love?
What? I did it again?
Diego, dancing is something that may come naturally to you. But English is something you'll have to study and keep working on.
Okay, teacher Paul, let me try it again. Even if we cannot afford to live here, anybody can come downtown to study English.
Or dance.
Oh my god, teacher Paul, English is so weird.
I agree, English is weird. But weirdness is cool.